to Millions work. Interesting. That's good. That's good. Things going to the public domain is generally a good thing. All right, so let's play some Longdeath, shall we? Year 374. Actually, we need it. Oh shit, I have seen this. I have actually seen that before. Didn't realize that was Russian. Oh shit. I mean, it's because you both come from the same great country of Russia. So you both find the same picture at the same time. I would assume. Anyway, the current living dwarves in Longdeath are Pilot, Axon, Quevenir, Nanochip, Diamond Destruct, Blue Space Weeb, Ducky, Volleyball, Aqua, Letharticus, Tygo, Reinhardt, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Lumpy, Oswix, Knowles, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, Tele B, Bellinair, Jimmy Tibby, Lilum Katsu, Cryvon, Anonymous, Anthony, Banana, Bellinair, or Balinor, not Bellinair, Mafrai, Navy, The Scoid, Malden, IDZ3, and Athros, and of course Whitcode down at the bottom. We're making rock crafts, trying to clear out the bottom of this. That's what we're doing. Port's a little laggy currently, mostly because of the great horned owl and the barn owl up on the roof, but it'll speed up as it usually does. And it is currently early spring, 8th of Granite of the year 374. And my broker just died. I don't currently have a broker, and we need to make crutches. Have I queued up that job? Yes, I have. So I assigned a new broker, but our current broker doesn't have any skills. It's depressing and it's good. What, the Russian Winnie the Pooh? A broker? So a broker is somebody who... currently, if I jump over to this screen, you see how it says created wealth. You need a broker with the appraisal skill. Currently, I don't have a dwarf assigned to a bench with this job assigned that has the appraisal skill. I do have a mayor who is Eral, but we don't currently have a broker. So in order to know what the value of my items is or trade, we need a broker with that skill. So trading is going to be some guesswork because my dwarves won't know how valuable our items are. So we'll have to go by the people that we are trading with appraisal, which means they will rip us off most likely. A person with no money whose name is Kerr is a broke Kerr. Ha, 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 stuff. Speaking of bad jokes, I made a joke because I was reading the details of my new insulin to my mom. And one of the things that I threw out at the bottom as a joke because I saw it and I thought it was funny and it made my mom almost crash the car because she was laughing so hard was it says at the very bottom of the insulin pens, it says single patient use only. And I was like, no married patients are allowed to use this. My mom just cackled way too long. I don't think that joke's that funny, but apparently is. Speaking of things that are funny, Cooler, did you need me to send you more reference material? Or were you able to figure some stuff out? Because I asked you a while ago if you needed me to send you more reference material, and you never responded, so... Probably not sure. Do you have any work in progress stuff? Or do you want me to just send you reference material tonight? Not going to send you reference material. Oh, I mean, maybe. Currently sick, so you're resting. That's fair. Get well soon. You know what's weird, chat? That kind of caught me off guard this morning. Apparently the Olympics are happening. Did anybody else know? But like, apparently the Olympics are happening. There's Olympics going on right now. Isn't that weird? Also, apparently people want the Olympics to come back to Vancouver in 2030. Yeah, it's in Beijing right now. Apparently. I'm constrained to Breaker, which the diplomat... Yes, yes. Your mother watches that, what, the Olympics? Chat, I have a genuine question. How many more years do you think that the Olympics is going to continue happening? All right, so we are clearing out a lot of this because I had to make... I made a whole new tomb line that goes all the way up and around this way. I also have some doors to place. Couple doors. So this whole area is all new. Also, that's kind of funny. That must be a constructed stair. Another thing that we're working on is we're working on beautifying this upper area with black bronze, kimberlite, and rose gold. You can see we've got some darker red colors coming out from the black bronze. We've got the kimberlite and the blue, and the rose gold and the pink. We do have some depressed dwarves, but fortunately none of them have been tantruming. I think that there's like, I don't know if it's a bug, but they seem to stop tantruming at a certain point if they get depressed enough, which I think is kind of amazing. So working on that, trying to keep the dwarves as sane as possible. Population is up to 39, which is actually very good. And like I said, we're mostly just working on rock crafts right now. And that's going to kind of be the foreseeable future. The issue is it is kind of impacting the frame rate, but, you know, working on it. When political tensions in the world boil over, which they eventually will one way or another. Yeah, the elves have arrived to trade, which is actually good, because they didn't arrive to trade for quite a while. So it's good to see them coming back consistently again. I think Cooler is right. It does stop people from shooting people. Although that's not exactly what Cooler said. Cooler says it will probably continue more in the vein as it's supposed to be when political tensions in the world will boil over, which it will eventually one way or another. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a global peace effort, right? It's like right now it's a global waste effort, but like as tensions get worse, it returns to its like original purpose, which is a reason to not shoot each other, which I don't think is a problem. In fact, I would argue that that's probably a good thing. Do I have cats in the fort right now? I need to check something. I do not, but I do have way too much livestock currently. Not what I wanted to trade. I want to trade prep. Bread and games for the peasants? I mean, yes. They're against folks shooting each other. You know, unfortunately, that seems to be a weirdly controversial statement these days. Is that you're against shooting people. I'm all for shooting film of people. And Cyrillac, hello. It's good to see you. Getting the Olympic... Why was the group of crows arrested? They came in a murder? Is that why? Moving some tabs around real quick. But yeah, I don't know. I do sometimes wonder about the Olympics these days. Like it's like a genuine question. It's like, I wonder how much longer this thing is going to go on for, but I think Cooler kind of has a point that I hadn't really considered, which is the, because like when I think about it, I think about it as just like like a humongous waste of energy, resources, and time. But what I wish that we could do with the Olympics is just like agree for somewhere to host it and then just do it there every year. The problem is like how every time they host it in a new country, they have to completely obliterate everything about the local vicinity in order to host them, right? Like, it's such a destructive force. That's the problem, right? What do you mean by sports as work? That one mountain in Greece as the location? I'm assuming you're referencing something, but I'm not even sure what you're referencing. Yeah, it's like literally the best excuse to chop down forests and gentrify that we have right now. That's my kind of issue with the Olympics. Like, gentrification got bad in Vancouver after the Olympics. I mean, it was already pretty bad, but like, it's been worse because of the Olympics since the Olympics. Like, downtown went from being like, oh, that's potentially affordable, to suddenly like, ah! That's funny. Oh, Mount Olympus. Oh, duh. Yeah, and then they could run a marathon in Marathon, which isn't Marathon actually like further than a modern marathon? Like the Chinese did with their ski jump, putting it next to an old steel mill because there was space. I mean, gotta just, if it fits, it sits, man. Come on. Makes sense. I respect it. Dragon feels satisfied after producing a master walk. What's this? I don't know what's worse about this, Cooler. The old steel mill or the power plant right behind it. That's kind of... That's like... This is like something from Idiocracy, that movie. This feels like something that I'd see on Mad Television as like a joke. Huh. Right. That's what that feels like. What a lovely place. I know, right? Like, there is beautiful places in China. It's a steel mill cooling towers? Really? Okay, looks like a power plant. We have a steel mill that's actually pretty close to here, and it looks nothing like that. So, oh, that might actually be part of the problem. I have a bunch of cougars that are stuck outside, that are just running around. I think I might just slaughter most of my cougars, at least all of the cubs. I'm a bad person. Because they keep getting out of my cougar pen. Also slaughter a bunch of the unicorn foals. And where's this dog? Well, you're not causing any frame rate problems, fortunately. I've tamed cave dragons yet? No. I haven't even. I've never actually seen a cave dragon in Dwarf Fortress. But what makes you think I'm even trying to get tamed cave dragons? Okay, sure. But, like, I don't recall ever saying I was trying to get cave dragons. Well, they brought hedgehogs. Seen hedgehogs in a while. Wild boars. They also brought fluffy wamblers again. They actually are bringing animals again. They didn't bring animals for a while. Yeah, I don't think there's even any cave dragons in this world. No. Trade with the elves. You saw one once, it got forgotten beasted? Yeah. I mean, I've tamed dragons, just not in this world. Why is there a mudstone cabinet out there? Did I do that intentionally? I don't think so. I like it when people ask me if I've done things yet, implying that I've said that I would do them. Like that, I never said that I was planning on doing that. Nor did I say I was trying to do that. Nor did I promise that I would even attempt that. Also, we need to take a break from doing all these crafts. Acting frames too much. I know how they breed. Like, I know that they lay eggs. So do normal dragons. No, you asked if I had them yet. Yet is implying that I've said that I would do that thing. So, are you trying to tame cave dragons? Have you seen any cave dragons? That would be asking a question. But do you have tamed cave dragons yet is implying that I already said that. I was trying to do that. Yeah, it's literally what that sentence means in the English language. But, whatever. Yet means yet. Have you done it yet? I'm not trying to do that. That's not even on the list of things I would like to do with this world. When I see a dragon, and like I said, I don't think there are any dragons in this world that are alive. And I kind of doubt we will see one at this point. I mean, we are 300 and... Why am I mathing bad? 369 years in. So, it is doubtful that we will see dragons at this point. We would have seen them by this point. Considering I have, like, I don't know, Etten, giant, Minotaur, Forgotten Beast, giant, vampire, Etten, beast, Forgotten Beast, giant, Minotaur, Cyclops, giant, Minotaur, giant, Cyclops in the basement. We would have seen one. Most of them are in cages, or in the, At least you're happy about work. Most of them are in the basement, or in cages, or in the maze. All right, so if you want to ask if somebody wants to do something in future, don't ask if they've done it yet. Why would you be expecting me to do something that I never said I would do? And never said I was planning on doing? And never had any intention to do that. Because why not? Sure. You're also... It's dumb question to ask. You asked a dumb question, you got scolded on your answer, and now you're continuing to just, like, rehash that it's not a dumb question. It's a dumb question. Sure. I'm still stating that it's a dumb question, and the way you worded it implies that it's something I'm planning on doing, and I'm not planning on doing that. Dragon D's Sunberry. Dragon D's Rock Nuts. I think that you are confusing Longdeath with Arch Crystal. It's an unfeasible goal for this fort at this point. Literally, it's not going to happen because I can tell you for a fact there are none in this world. So, it's literally never going to happen. Although I'm thinking about digging down to the third cavern layer in the year 400. Seeing if we can find Jabberers, but that's a plan for 25 years in the future, once we're done with the obsidian printer. Sure. End of discussion? Arcanil? You haven't offended me in some way. I just said that I don't like it when people, like, imply that I said I would do something when I never said I would do something. I'm not offended. I'm just simply stating that I don't like it when people do that, and that's what you did. I just think it's funny, that's all. Because Twitch chat likes to do that all the time. Like, when people are just like, have you finished exterminating the elves yet? Is one that I get pretty frequently, which is like, no, we're not at war. They bring me unicorns. They're great. It's like, why are you, like, assuming that I would play the game in the manner that they play? Which is a very common assumption amongst people who play games where there is a very common assumed way that everybody plays. But in games like this, when there's a lot of different options, it's like, well, having preconceived notions of how someone should play and enjoy a game is a little silly now, isn't it? We're not arguing. I mean, the only person who would consider arguing about this is you. I'm just explaining to you why you're not correct. That's not an argument. That's me explaining something to you so you can better understand. If you want to argue, we can argue. But I don't think anyone will argue. But yeah, the only reason I would say that it's implying that it's something that I would do is because of the yet bit and the have you. Because I do get that exact question about the elves rather frequently. Churches are fantastic. Screen Violence is a wonderful fucking album. Fucking don't at me. Great album. Sounds more like nitpicking to me. Welcome to my life, Cooler. When do I not nitpick? I nitpick everything. I pick and knit so much that I have multiple scarves. Nah, I had an argument with a viewer today, and already in my first, in fact, I lost a follower, so you will skip. Yes, well, you're not the streamer here, Arcanili. I am. And I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. And if you've started a discussion, it is not your place to be like, end of discussion, because it's my stream. And I can talk about what I want. And if I want to talk about nitpicking people's statements, I can do that. And if I want to talk about how I play the game, I can do that. And if I want to talk about Longdeath, I can do that. If I want to talk about how great the album Screen Violence is by Churches, I can do that. Oh, you got here at the perfect time. Hi, Lilicit. How is you? There's never an imperfect time to tune into my stream. Especially after I've been gone for 4 days. Some Adam? What's that? Oh. But see, here's the beauty of this, Mark Neely. This is the thing that you don't have the right to do in my chat. End of discussion, so we don't actually start arguing here. That's the thing that you don't have the right to do. It's not your place to tell me when to end a discussion. I think I will do black bronze around that. Is that the name of that? Is that like a brand name? Because generally red wax cheese is Gouda. At least around here. Interesting. We have a different word for that kind of cheese as well. That's the more what's the word? That's more of the what's the texture that I'm thinking of here? Like the kind of powdery, almost like Parmesan style cheese. If that's what I'm thinking of. It looks like it. Basically, Arcanili, remember this. This is my stream. You don't have the right to tell me to stop talking about something. And you will never have the right to tell me to stop talking about something. If I want to talk about something, damn it, I'm going to talk about it. Even if it's at your expense. Baby Bell cheese was in Red Wax? Yeah, but Baby Bell is literally just a brand, though. Also, it's an overpriced as hell brand. Good lord.
Cheese for everyone!
Not for everyone, because not everyone can afford Baby Bell. I mean, I can't afford Baby Bell, and I like to splurge on cheese sometimes. It's actually ridiculous how expensive that stuff is. This could be Bliss. Could it, though? I was near a trade depot. How satisfying. Well, that's good. Also, we have our values again. Yay! Speaking of losing followers. Ooh, that's cute. Is that an actual fact? Because I've never tried to bring cheese in or out of... Actually, I may have brought a cheese sandwich across the border once. That's the sort of thing I would do. I need to look in the cheese section, because I think we have a different name for Adam. So. There's a store on the US that will on the US that sees US size that will sell you the exact measured weight of cheese you were allowed to bring that day. That's interesting. The more you know. You made friends with Kick Roast. That's dangerous. It is dangerous to make friends with Kick Roast, because Kick Roast becomes the lover of everybody. I'm surprised that Kick Roast isn't my mayor at this point. I mean, look at this. Look at this goddamn dwarf. Look at this goddamn dwarf. Although, I guess she is married to the mayor. No, you can't. You can only get milk in a bag in one province. You literally can't buy milk in a bag here. So you are just as wrong about that as you are about the name of the hat called a toque. Do you want me to moderate you heavier? Because I can continue to moderate your incorrect opinions. Sorry, I just had to do that. Why can't you buy... Why you can buy milk in a bag? Because people in Ontario are weird. It's literally one province in Canada where you can do that. It's also a relatively common thing in the Maritimes, but... It's literally an Eastern Canada thing, LaFonda. Literally an Eastern Canada thing. None of the Western provinces have that because it's a massive waste of plastic. The only way you can buy milk here is in glass bottles or recycled cartons. Although the toque thing genuinely bothers me, though. I don't know why. It's like, it actually, like, makes me mad when I see people incorrectly referring to, like, toques. And when people call toques toboggans. That genuinely makes me mad. I can't actually explain to you why. It's like one of those... It's like an irrational trigger for me. There's like no logical reason why it should upset me, but it just irritates the fuck out of me, and I don't know why. Whenever I see people doing that, I just want to remove them from existence because it makes me so mad. It's like if you've ever had something that just like makes you irrationally angry for absolutely no logical reason, that's the one for me. So if you want to make me irrationally angry for no logical reason, call toques a toboggan. It's a fucking sled, you twit bag. Jesus Christ. The hell's wrong with you? Mm-hmm. Exactly. It means like a bag, like a plastic bag, like the only place that you can get milk in a bag here is in restaurants because that's how they sell bulk milk. The 15-gallon bags that they send to restaurants. Mostly fast food. Yes, it is a toboggan is a sled. But some parts of the state seem to think that a toque or a wool cap is called a toboggan. For some fucking reason. They also spell color wrong. Yes, this is also true. Frog for hair. Frog is correct. But yeah, no, if you want to make me irrationally angry for no reason, do that, Frog. I'm actually, like, not joking at this point. Like, I will joke about it to a degree, but... If you call a toque a toboggan in my chat, I will time you out for 8 hours the next time you do that. Because it does actually bother the crap out of me. I don't know why. It just does. No. Illicit. A toboggan is a type of sled, and a toque is a type of hat. Which just means like the entirety of the internet's just gonna start calling them that to annoy me now, but that's fine. I'm just trying to communicate this as clearly as I possibly can. Alright. Getting rid of the animals that we don't need. Great horned owl is spooking my dwarves. But we're continuing our beautification of the flooring. Which is nice. Also, you're fine, Frog. That's a pretty minor threat in my... Beanie is totally fine. It's like beanie, toque, wool cap, don't care. But if you call it a fucking toboggan, I will shoot you into the goddamn sun. Like, genuinely, like, it's just... What the fuck's wrong with you? Sometimes you don't know when to start digging up when you're in the hole. I mean, just like... It's... To me, it's just... I don't even know how to explain it. It's just like a ridiculous thing design like that is being stated specifically to annoy me. That's like the entire way my brain reads that, and I just want that to go away whenever I read that. Hey, I do have nice blocks. I've wanted to finish filling in this river for a while, and I just kind of haven't done it, so. I do have a lot of nice blocks, so might as well use them. I'm just trying to get rid of loose items right now, so I'm trying to construct things. And I need to, sell crafts. Get rid of those. Like saying it out loud or typing it, Stone? I mean, in context of his sentence, if it makes sense, I don't mind using the word cock to refer to a rooster. The issue is out of context, it can get weird quickly if somebody's just talking about cock in my chat, which we've had this discussion before. Like, unfortunately, the world that we live in, you can't just say nice cock loudly without people looking at you funny. See, cockreel's fine. If you want to call it that, that's okay. But just cock is a bit out of context, gets weird. Nobody likes out of context cock, is what I'm trying. I'm just going to say this because I think it's hilarious. Person who asked about dragons earlier and then got scolded. And then commented that they lost a follower earlier because they got into an argument with somebody. Is a perfect example of what they were hoping not to be. They were not better than that before. Some people are just amusing to me. Sometimes I'm a bad person, but also like, come on. Yes. I don't even know what you're talking about, Frog. Couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you what you're talking about. Now you're just quoting Star Wars. Don't get cocky! Hey kid, don't get cocky! I think that's a line from Star Wars, unless I just made that up. Alright, got a lot of construction that's gonna get done. Never tell me the odds, animal. First film? Yeah, right when he's running the trench, right? It's been like at least 5 or 6 years since I've seen Star Wars, maybe. I used to like have that entire movie memorized. Episode 4 specifically. Not anymore. Been a while. Or no, not when he's running the trench. It's when they're shooting down the TIE fighters when they're running away from the Death Star the first time, right? The despecialized? Oh, you mean the like the pre effects editions? The one where Jabba the Hutt is not a slug? That's like the one part about the original edit of Star Wars that actually that I have a hard time watching, just because like the very first time I saw Star Wars, Jabba was a slug. Yeah. There actually is some explosions that I like a lot more in the post-edit, because I've seen both versions. There's a lot of explosions, especially in episode 5. that I think look a lot nicer. Same with episode 6. But in general, I like the pre-fancied up versions as well. In general, they look better. Okay, dwarves are actually running those constructions now. I'm finishing projects that I started ages ago. I do mean ages ago. Another thing that I would like to do is redo this spiral staircase. Question is how to do that. Goodest of days back to you, Beermanir. How is things? I mean, Wooster is just wrong on all fronts. Regardless of what party you're part of and what the way you spell the word. That's just wrong. Chat, do you have an irrational dislike of anything? Like, is there something that just annoys you on principle? Like, if somebody just says it, it just bothers... Like, you know, racial slurs and stuff like that aside. Do you have any, like, because I would consider that a rational dislike. Where do you start? Like, I'm just curious. You irrationally dislike plastics? That's a rational dislike. Like, for an example, me getting really annoyed when people reference Canada buying milk in a bag. Because that's one very small portion of Canada that does that. The majority of Canada does not do that. It's just like 1.5 provinces. Because, well, 2.5 provinces, because I'm considering PEI half a province. Sorry, you're too small, PEI. I've just never had Marmite. Geography, naturally. Because, like, you know, the majority of Canada, the Yukon, you can't buy milk in a bag. Most of the Yukon, you can't even buy milk. So. Yeah, for reference. That's kind of mean to the Yukon. You can, but. I've had Vegemite. I've never had Marmite. I didn't really like Vegemite. I had Vegemite while camping once. It was fine. I mean, that's what they take into space, I would think. Oh, I have an irrational dislike. Another one. The smiley face on Twitch. The default smiley. That's an irrational dislike. I shouldn't hate it, but my God, I see that thing and I just get angry. Which is bad. That's like the most affecting on my work of anything. Soul staring, yes. And, you know, I was thinking about it last night while I was staring at the ceiling. Why do I hate that smiley face so much? I think it's because it doesn't have a nose. Which is, like, weird. But it's a pretty creepy smiley. I mean, like, I don't know. It's just, it's not a happy smiley face. It's a, fuck you, do what I tell you to do smiley face. It's kind of uncanny. I guess. I don't know. I mean, that dwarf has nose. It's just under beard. Naturally. Groups of slow walkers are taking up the whole sidewalk. See, I would again say that that's a rational dislike. Wave depletion. People that walk really slowly on the sidewalk would be a rational dislike. Like, that's something that it's a rational annoyance, you know? But like, do you have an irrational dislike? Like, I would say an irrational dislike would be like somebody putting the milk in the wrong place in the fridge, or like putting the plates on top of the bowls instead of under the bowls. They used to, my ex's family used to do that. They would put the plates on top of the bowls in the cupboard, and it, like, my head would, like, melt every time I looked at that. Or, like, storing mugs upside down. Don't do that, because I will inevitably pour something hot on the bottom of a mug and burn myself. Just do not store your mugs upside down. Fucking dry them. Just dry them and then put the mugs away. Don't store the mugs upside down. If you store the mugs upside down, I'll burn myself, because I will forget to flip the mug over at some point and sleepily wake up and make coffee or something and pour it on the bottom of a mug. Also, I need to make 2 crutches for the king. Naturally. Naturally. Dry. Make sure the mugs are dry before you put them in the in the cupboard. Yeah, so that like they don't mold. With a cloth? Like a towel? Or like let it air dry? Doesn't matter? Yeah, exactly. Beer menu. Norf? I mean, isn't that just an accent at that point? To what? Drying mugs or storing them upside down? Fast at. You know, like when you're done the dishes, right, cutest, you dry them or wait for them to dry, right? You don't put them away wet. Is this a language barrier, or do you, like, put stuff away wet? Okay. Fair enough. I'm understanding what you're saying now. Is this that? Your mugs are upside down? Why would you do that? Throw them right side up. Sheesh. That may be because you have to properly dust them off. So you put the brim that you're going to put your mouth on in the dust upside down on the bottom, right? Like, so that's your solution for not dusting, is simply place the mug in the filth? The shelves are cleaned? Well, then why are they upside down? Is it an open shelf? Just rinse your mug before you use it. Yeah, anybody who stores mugs upside down, just no. Stop what you're doing, you criminal. Like I said, this is an irrational dislike that I have. Irrational dislikes are fun because, like, they don't actually hurt anybody and they're completely, totally, and utterly pointless. Why is there bugs in your cupboard? This seems like a problem with your cupboard, not your mug. Or your method of storing mugs. Sounds like you need to clean your cupboards better if there are bugs in your cupboard. Like, I lived in a fucking gnarly-ass apartment before, and we cleaned our cupboards, and we never had that problem. Relieved being near a waterfall? Crimes? Good. That you're just like gonna give me burns at some point, Exterminator. What Frog for Hire said? Winky face. But you know what, chat? Show of hands here. Do you store your mugs upside down? Press 1. Do you store your mugs right side up? Press 2. Right side up, of course, being open side up. Upside down being, there's coffee in this, so I can't flip it over. This side up. All right, well, see, most people are correct. 3, depending on the mood. Wave Depletion stores his mugs sideways. Just lets them sit sideways, just to, like, hurt everybody. Stacks them in a little pyramid. So they don't fall over? Why would your glasses fall over if you stored them right side up? What kind of glasses do you have? Do you have like exclusively like champagne glasses? You just keep them accumulating on the desk. Yeah, you just have pyramids of mugs. You don't drink hot drinks? Fair enough. I only own one glass, and it's a beer mug, and it's a beer glass, so I almost never use it. Make 2 crutches and 2 picks. At least you rather 2, but most are 1 because they were put that way when I moved in, and your brain still has to decide between 2 options when I don't really think about it. Huh. Interesting. Hold on a second. They were put that way when you moved in. Did you move into a place that came with mugs, or did you move into a place that had a roommate that owned mugs that stores them incorrectly? Except your rum glass? Yeah, I mean, if I'm drinking a cold beverage, I still use a mug. Generally. Just because I used to own 3 glasses. One of them broke recently. One of them one of them cracked and I threw it out. One of them got dropped and shattered. And then one of them just like mysteriously disappeared at a point, and I'm not actually sure where it went. It might just be in like the top of my cupboard behind something or something. But I'm not sure where it went. All of your regular use mugs are upside down and all the others are upside down? Or upside. Oh, so the ones that you use are stored right, and then the other ones are upside down? I mean, I could see that. Like, if you're not going to use them, then you could store them upside down. Like, if you have 0 plans to use these mugs, then I could see there to be a logical reason as to why you could flip them upside down. I was near a seat. How pleasurable. Well, that's good. I should be feeling great. I know that feeling, Team Xeno. Hang in there, bud. I'm reading what the dwarves are saying. You can't imagine plates on top of bowls? Yeah, I actually like, well, so like their reasoning in that household as to why they put the plates on top of the bowls was because they used the plates a lot more than the bowls. That was their reasoning. So they had like 8 soup bowls or something in like a stack like this, and then like 10 or so dinner plates on top of them. And their reasoning was they used the plates more often than the bowls. There was enough space next to them to have a plate pile and a bowl pile, but instead they stored them that way. And I got scolded the one time I flipped them, because there was one time I did the dishes and I flipped them. So I did plates on the bottom with bowls on top of them. Which blows my mind. Another thing that makes me irrationally angry, and I don't even like this stuff, it's peanut butter. Do not store peanut butter in the fridge. Also, this right here, check this out. You very rarely see this. This tree grew up and then over one. This tree, like, you know when like a tree is pressed up against something and it grows diagonally? They actually do that in Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Isn't that awesome? And up and over one. That's actually really cool. Speaking of getting stolen by gremlins. Hi, Orange. Hope work's been good. Yeah, it makes it, like, inedible. You put peanut butter in the fridge. Because it just becomes a brick. It makes for, like, really good, like, molding clay. Or, like, maybe, like, grout to like stick in between bricks to build a wall, but not very good for, you know, eating. Oh, let's talk about mugs. You need a drink? Go get a drink. Also, this is my political stance for when I run for office. We need to make plates illegal and just sell bigger bowls, because who actually needs plates? Plates are so silly. Why do plates exist? Like, the only time I'll use a plate is if like somebody comes over. Like, I have 2 small plates and 2 big plates and then 5 bowls, and I generally use 3 of the bowls a day, and that's about it. If I'm eating a sandwich, I will just place it on top of whatever's in the bowl, or just in the bowl with some vegetables. Like, I just use bowls for everything. Plates are a social construct invented by Plato. I thought that Plato invented Play-Doh. But that's the wise words of Plato, is he says play with Play-Doh, because we should all play, right? He was a big fan of The Simpsons, too, because he liked to say Play-Doh! Been good? That's good to hear. It's been good. Got to bring the truck in tomorrow and then have the day off. Hell yeah, man. If you had bowls big enough, you'd probably do that. But you need serving bowls, not normal bowls. I mean, like, I have soup bowls, and then I have a bunch of shallow bowls, right? Like, I have 2 soup bowls, and then 4, actually, shallow bowls. Well, pizza come in box, so you can have a box of pizza, which is fine. Everything is a bowl if you're desperate enough. Just contrary to popular belief, you can't buy bowls at the bowling alley. Gonna post more in Discord in a sec. Got a question? Got a question. What's your question? Also, it's got to be a weird time to be in your profession, Orange. Especially in your profession in Canada. Hold on a second. Your family uses plates for stew? Like, I mean, I've had thick stews before. But like, how do you not spill? I feel like that's just like a surefire way to make a big mess. We've probably talked about this before, but no, I don't remember. You had to stop talking to a lot of people? Just show them this. Orange, hold up. I'm grabbing a screenshot. You may have seen this because I did post it, but just show them this. Just show them this. Just remind them that end mealtime restrictions, meow. And cats for freedom, and end of the tyranny, and fuck Trudeau and his amazing hair. You know, just all of that. Right. I mean, this is so much of a plate. This plate is almost a shallow bowl. Almost. Almost. Also, holy crap, that's a thick stew. But seriously, that is almost a shallow bowl. You know, if cats were running the convoy and the convoy was for cats, I'd be in full support of it. We should definitely remove mealtime restrictions and have chonky kidders everywhere. But that being said, cats are never wrong. Well, of course, they're the kings of the house. Naturally. streamer talk about politics. I know. Regardless, I hope it's not too much of a pain in the ass for you. And hopefully it's not, like, ruining too many, like, you know. It's nice to have friends where you work, you know what I mean? Give to a piler workshop. Boop. Boop. I'm just setting it so that these workshops only take from this pile. You're the only trucker where you work? Yeah, but I'm sure you know other truckers. Man, where the hell are they getting those blocks from? All over the place, apparently. Oh, they're all dead to you. Right. Yes, no other truckers work where you work because there are no other truckers because it's just whiny twits. I get you. I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down and smelling the sauce at this point. You hear that, chat, though? Orange is the only Canadian trucker left. Is this a bowl? That's a plate animal. I'd call that a plate. I mean, I guess you could call it a bowl. Actually, let's let chat decide. Hold up. Chat. Animal has a question for you guys, and it's very important. Is this a plate or a bowl? I think that's a plate. But it could have been a bowl if they just dedicated a little harder. Like, if it's like they thought about making it into a bowl and they were like, nah. I'm sorry, what, Orange? Yes, that is definitely a wrong kind of bowl. Looks like a thing that you made today. A plate that wanted to be a bowl but gave up part way. Yeah, that's like me. I wanted to be an entertaining, successful person, but I gave up halfway, so I'm just a Twitch streamer. If you got that in about 10 seconds sooner, that would have been pretty perfect. Which part did I give up on? Yes. Hope I'm feeling good. I'm not 100%. I mean, like, I'm mentally in the dumpster still, kind of. I don't know. It was just a combination of things that all just kind of hit at exactly the same time. But I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Just kind of got to get back in the saddle, if you know what I'm saying. That's indeed sucks, yes. That sucks. I'm trying to, like, say that. That's sucks. It's hard to say. Certainly are a person. Fair. Yes, I am, in fact, a person. I am, in fact, a person. You know, like, as far as the is entertaining thing goes, it's like, that's really difficult for me to quantify. It's like, I'll have conversations with my parents or, like, people that I know, and people will just randomly start laughing, and I'll be sitting there going, like, why are people laughing? And then someone will be like, because you said something that was really funny, and I, like, won't even have, like, it won't even dawn on me that I said a funny. I will just say something funny, and then people will just start laughing, and I'll be like, Am I actually funny? And then it like gives me this false sense of security that I'm a funny person, and then I'll be around other people and I'll say something that I think is funny, and then people just look at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'll just be like, ah. I do actually need a walkway in here. Your bartender wants more tips. That's usually like my that's what I've come to believe over the years, is like, as much as I like some bartenders, it's like your bartender doesn't want to talk to you. Your bartender just wants you to tip them better. And if talking to you gets some tips, they'll talk to you. But what do I know? Yes, the funny that only works when incidental. Absolutely. Need to get those seeds in a better spot. Or actually, you know what? I could just split the diff and just get rid of it. Move that stockpile. You're not depressed, are you, Blue Space Weeb? No, you're not. Who was it that was depressed that I saw run by? The other day, I thought about something the internet doesn't seem to have, a vlog of seagirls. Is there a pun in there that I'm missing? Also works at the factory that you drive for. I mean, I'm friends with one of my old bartenders, so like, of course there's expectation. There's what's the word? Not expectations. Exemptions for every rule. Oh, so the way you'd pronounce that is a vlog of a flock of well, that's hard to say. Fuck, a flock of seagirls. I'm sure there's plenty of vlogs that contain girls in the sea on the internet. So. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Speaking of tickets, chat, it's kind of concerning. Twitch is going to be breaking my bot at the end of the month. My bot is getting too old, and my bot no longer gets updates, so we're going to have to switch to a new bot pretty soon. I'm worried. I don't want it to break. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? So I hope I will be messing around with stuff probably on not Friday, but Monday. We should be able to import all the time stuff, but I don't know if we'll still be able to do the gambling game. But hopefully we'll be able to import most stuff. I mean, I still have all the data from it, so it's just a matter of, like, figuring out how to transfer it. So even if the bot stops working, I still have all the data. I'm more concerned about the sound commands, but that's just because that's my business model. I need to use the restroom. I will be back in a moment. Twitch is changing the API. Yep. I don't know if you've noticed, but Twitch chat looks a little different. Anyway, I'll be back in, like, a minute.
Hello!
Brrr. All right, I return. It's looked different for years. Yeah, they just moved the smiley face icon, and a bunch of other icons just moved. Plus, FFZ now has new integration. Our rat fell. Rat fell off a cliff, quite literally. All right. A lot of dwarves are just putting stuff away currently. It's fine. Also, I just want to say it only takes 1 penny to get number 3 on that leaderboard. Just saying. But yeah, so we will be switching to a bot called Firebot, which is a lot more powerful and has a lot more features. It was originally developed for... yours has looked like that for a bit. Yeah, well, I mean, it changes in different regions at different times, right? So we will be switching to that bot. So the name of the bot will be the same. Like, you guys largely will notice no difference, but, like, Firebot has functionality to tie into channel points and other things, which I don't necessarily want to do. And you can import a lot of this stuff from Chatbot, which is what I'm using. The one kind of annoyance is I might not be able to have things set up exactly the same way as I do currently. So it's going to take some fiddling, and there might be some growing pains, but I will keep this bot around as long as I can, and we'll move over when we need to. Just kind of wanted to give you guys just a bit of a heads up that there will be a bit of a shift there. Also, developer of... why am I blanking on the name of this video game now? The developer of Odd Realm got back to me and says that he's probably going to be done patching the current version of the game and redoing the tutorial by the end of the... Whoop. By the end of the next week, most likely. So when he's done with that, I'll deal with this in a second. I'm gonna have to stream some Odd Realm, and we'll try and have him on the stream. Orange, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Beer Manir. Welcome back. Not only did you win, but you won a free sub for 30 days, courtesy of Orange. I sub beer, and beer needs more beer. Yeah. I concur. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. First gifted sub of the week. Oh yeah, man. Can it all end so quickly? Begone fear. What are you afraid of? Not in fear of anything. Mayor, what are you afraid of? Afraid reliving, experiencing trauma. Fair. Beer would have more beer if the shop wasn't out of your regular beer. What's your regular beer, if I can ask? Need diagnostics demonstration? Would you look at that? Yeah, just a normal case of dwarven. Ah! It's perfectly normal. Comes with the territory. It's out.
I have a bone to pick with anyone who calls Budweiser beer.
I mean, if you want to argue on a technicality, it is technically beer. It's just not good beer. It's just really uninteresting beer. It is beer. But, sure. Also, thanks for the $1, Orange. Cheers, man. Taking the number 1 spot away from Vin. Because Orange has got to be double number 1, apparently. Budweiser makes a Pilsner. It's just not a good Pilsner, and it's not called Bud Light. But Bud Light is a light lager. I just don't like it because it's boring. It's just like no interesting flavors to it. But yes, Orange is correct. Bud is a lager. which means we can blame it for our forests going away. You're on thin ice anyhow. Ah, you're fine. Hold on. There's something stuck in between my teeth. I might need to go get dental floss. I ate an orange for breakfast. Sorry, orange. Or with breakfast. Also, since my bot just posted it, now I'm thinking about it. Kinky? Not that kind of kinky. Anyway, whatever. Because the bot just posted it in chat, we're going to be resetting, I'm not sure what day, maybe even today, we're going to be resetting the Project Zomboid server, the Halcyon Frequency Project Zomboid server, so we're going to be doing some Project Zomboid again. I know that the YouTube channel wasn't super enthused by it largely, but because we're resetting and it'll be a fresh start, that's going to be happening soon. Because once, you know, it gets into super late game, the game just kind of gets less fun. And because the server had been running for like a year in game time, it was just kind of getting less fun, so none of us were playing on it. Some of us oranges bite back. Anyway, the thing's still stuck in my teeth, regardless of what I ate. It was a good orange, though. Pineapples bite back? Pineapples don't bite back, but they do kind of do, like, their best to dissolve you. Alright, so Little M. Katsu is now a peasant. Ah, there you are. Playing with a bronze puzzle box. What do you like, Little M. Katsu? You like mudstone? Of course you do. Bismuth, Heliodor, clear glass, and hornbill leather, pigtail paper, and the color cream, goats for their eating habits, and the words of the number of glistening. All right, you personally dream of raising a family. Do you have any friends? Nope. All right, well, I think I'm going to put you in the military, and I'm going to give you some crafts. I'm gonna give you paper making if I ever do it. Clothes making and weaving. And bone crafting. For healthcare, let's give you just the normal stuff. For farming, give you dyeing and milling. Maybe brewing. For this, I'm gonna give you furnace operating. And under stoneworking, you're gonna get stone detailing. A little bit of everything. Longdeath. Is that like when someone comes in and says, convoy? Although that song is less cool now. Longdeath. They digest back. That's the word I was looking for. Digest. But my brain just kept going to dissolve. Also, hi, Zach. What's up? How you doing, Aqua? The humans have arrived to trade, which is exactly what we need. No, I don't want double X. I just don't want one. I got a lot of clothing to sell. And we also have a lot of crafts to sell. I know I'm like removing some. I remember I was on Reddit a while ago, and there was a post on the Vancouver subreddit in relation to the pandemic, and somebody just said, I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. It made me very happy when I saw that. It was a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wasn't wrong by using the word digest, but... Or by not using the word digest and saying dissolve, but dissolve was the only word that my brain went to. It's a 16 by 16. It's this. You almost got it. There you go. It's Krug Smash's tile set, but it's a modified version of it. So I took Krug Smash's tile set and gave it to my artist and said, make it look different. Different. So if you'd like it, there that link will just download it for you. I'm quite fond of this tile set. Dissolver Digital. That seems like a parody that Devolver would make about themselves. You know, I'm not generally somebody who's interested in 40,000 stuff, but this looks pretty rad. Are they making 40K XCOM? Or like a 40K Tactics game? Because this looks kind of neat. Admittedly, I really should have played Mechanimus? Warhammer Mechanimus? I don't even know what that game's called. It seemed that way? I wonder if that's gonna be any good. You're never interested in 40K stuff, but it often looks really cool. Yes. No, not Mechanibus. Mechanimus. Hold on. Also, that's my one problem with Warhammer 40,000 is all of the names sound the same. Like I'm just gonna type in Warhammer 40. Warhammer 40,000 Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, Warhammer 40,000 Dark Tide, Warhammer 40,000 Mechanicus, Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector, Relics of War, Martyr, Heretic, Sanctus Reach. I don't know, all this sounds the same to me. Battle Sister? What? That's a new one. Oh, it's a VR only thing. Okay. Armageddon. Anyway. Where did it go? This thing, which I actually own apparently. Now in Japanese. Well, there you go. Anyway. All the dwarves are bringing stuff to the depot. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm fading it. Yeah, no, of course. I will just take this opportunity to remind everybody that Justin Timberlake wrote that jingle. Yeah. You know what? Someone should make a Warhammer 40,000 video game title generator. Someone should do that. Just put like Chaos Demon Orc and a bunch of other things into thing and see if you can make a Not gonna lie, I think that might have actually been better than the ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What in the world is Justin Timberlake up to these days? Speaking of like random celebrities things, apparently Danny Trejo is in Ollie Ollie World, which just released. He's an in-game character in Ollie Ollie World, which is kind of funny. He's a character in Ollie Ollie World. So get paid. You know, like sometimes I feel like there's celebrity cameos in video games because the creator of the video game are just big fans of said celebrity. Was Raul in Fallout? Was he? That's Scatman John, or am I living under a rock? I live under many rocks. I also live under several roles. Which Fallout was that, by the way, Stone? Because Fallout is pretty generic of a statement. King wants another pick. Anyway, chat, what have you guys been playing recently? Anybody played anything fun? Are there games releasing soon that you're interested in? I'm just, before anybody else says it, I will. Elden Ring, I'm assuming, is what everybody's interested in. I'll be honest, I forgot that game was coming out. Really? I've heard very mixed things about Dying Light 2. Like, extremely mixed things. Like, people seem to either adore it or hate it. Shipbreaker and Icarus? How's Icarus? Like, that thing had kind of a rough launch, it looked like. Also, does Shipbreaker actually have, like, textures on the ships yet? I probably will never play that game because it made me so motion sick it was laughable. But the Gemcraft series, aren't those are tower defense games, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Tower Tactics Liberation. That sure sounds like a video game. You're in the Adore camp? I am so, like, Shipbreaker is actually, like, the game that made me the most sad when it came out, because I lasted about 20 minutes before I wanted to throw up. It just, the way that game controls and the way that game moves, it is the most nauseating thing I've played in a video game in, maybe ever, actually. Like, it's the fastest I've gotten so motion sick I've been unable to continue playing a game ever. You have a good night, Animal. Okay, then I know what you're referring to. Back. You're in the Adore camp? That's good. Glad you're enjoying it. Dying Light 2 has been like a weird thing because like it I've read like a number of articles about it over the days that I took off, and there's a number of things that I've seen written about it that are like, oh, it's pretty clear what they were trying to do and they weren't able to pull it off, and that's a shame. It makes me really sad that what they were trying to do didn't actually become the game. Like, they talked about a lot of things in the pre-release of that game that didn't make it into the game. And I've read enough stories like that where it's just like, oh. But yeah, you have a good night, Animal. I feel like... Actually, I have a question, chat. How do we feel about Lost Ark? That thing. Is there any interest in that? Because I know a lot of my team is kind of looking at playing it on various servers. And so I kind of like was passively looking at it the other day going, maybe? I don't know. Search's Lost Ark. It's going to be a free-to-play action RPG thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is free. Actually, you could download it right now. It's this. This is Lost Ark. It's one of the Amazon published games, which has, you know, it's free to play. It's another Path of Exile. Yeah, but I did some research on it yesterday, and it doesn't look like it's got that Path of Exile problem that I have where everything just becomes explodey full screen, I can't see shit problem. Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. If you can get it to work on the Steam Deck. Do you know when yours is arriving? Orange? Let's see. Can we also, I only just realized, but yeah, they didn't send a diplomat, and then only one of the human factions arrived. Oh, poor Oswix. Also, I should probably make my broker somebody different from my mayor. Give it to Tele. The reason I should give it to somebody different is so that my mayor can attend meetings. Void Train. What is Void Train? To look that one up real quick. Hey, Hero's Hour looks interesting. Bit too cutesy looking for me. Oh, Void Train, not Void Rain. What's Void Train? Right, this game, yeah. It's like Raft, but train. And in 0G. Right, yeah, this game. After years, you picked up KSP again? I'm sure that game's still great. With visual mods, it's great indeed. I mean, you don't even just need visual mods. There's all kinds of mods for that thing. Without it, your eyes hurt? Oh, really? I never really got heavily into herbals, so. Let's just buy a bunch of thread. I had to have some crafting to do. All right, we are done bringing stuff, so let's bring more crafts. What's up, Elomino? Q222. Yeah, you know, I didn't even think about this, but that's like the perfect device for somebody who drives long haul. Just because, like, it's like a Switch, but stronger. Oh, did they just leave? Yeah, they just left. Okay. Never mind. At least my crafters get something to do. They get thread to turn into cloth. Midsummer, getting close to fall. Port's looking great. Thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, we're mostly just making aesthetic additions at this point. Minor aesthetic additions. Get some of those up and running again. Oh, of course there is. I mean, there's many companies that have already made docks for the Switch, so why wouldn't they make them for the Steam Deck as well? Makes sense. I'm really hoping that I'll get some news pretty soon as to when the Playdate ships. Because people are already making games for the fucking things and nobody has them yet. So I'm real curious to know when those will ship. So for this, we actually need to put a block like right there. It's fine. You canceled your playdate because you didn't get into the first like order set and you were mad, not because you had a bad feeling. Unless you've changed your mind since. As somebody who's used them, I have no concerns about the Playdate. Literally none. I've played 2 of the games on them. I've played the surfing game and I've played the go on a date one. I remember you being super pissed off that you weren't gonna get it right away. Well, I guess originally it would have been in November and then they delayed them. But I own multiple things from Teenage Engineering. And I've used Playdates, so I have no concerns about it. The only concern I have is how many people will be developing games for it, and it looks like quite a few based on what I've seen already, so yeah, I have no concerns. Like, that is the least concerned I've ever been about a device launched, because I've used them. Uh-oh. We had baby peacocks running around. That's the point, though, Orange, is it's not supposed to be something that you play for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. That is not the design point. You're supposed to sit down and play the game for about 30 minutes and then play the next game the next week for like 30 minutes. It's not something that you're going to be playing for hours on end. It's a toy for video game enthusiasts. But that is literally the point of it. It's a toy for video game enthusiasts. Like half your Steam library? Yeah, except the games just come with it. So you're not spent anyway. I don't want to argue the value of the what's it called? Playdate with you. Because I already know it's a device for me and you're just being a wet blanket because you didn't get one. So don't you all go being all like, oh no, I had a bad feeling, when in reality you didn't get one and you were sad. That's on you, man. It is. I mean, if I can figure it out, then fuck you for being cooler. No, I was just quicker on the pull to get that purchase out. Actually, I think the site was like down in your reach. Like that. Anyway, whatever. I just don't feel like arguing over it, to be honest with you. But if you think it's a device that's not for you, that's fine. I still thought that you canceled it like shortly after ordering it, because I remember like when the pre-orders went up and I pre-ordered mine, you were like, oh no, I didn't get in. I want to get it right away, blah, 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 and then stated that you were going to cancel it. So if you then didn't and waited like, I don't know, 2 months or whatever, then fair, but I was under the impression that you canceled it right away because you didn't get the early enough pre-order. Because you don't like waiting. But that's what I was under the impression of, but I suppose not. If that's not true, then fair. Crutch. Whoa. Ooh. I thought that you canceled it like right away, but whatever. Whatever. Fine. See, for me, I know for fact I would literally never use a Steam Deck. Like, there is no logical reason why I would order one. That device to me would be the biggest waste of money for me that I could possibly do. It's like, it's a cool looking device, and I've looked at them a couple times, and every time I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this looks neat, but it's like, I don't want to play any of these games on anything but a computer. What's up, Datmiga? Those things. I just don't play games handheld. If I'm playing games handheld, I want them to be something that I can only play handheld, like a Game Boy. Fuck, what's the name of that thing? Hold on, I'm looking for a thing. Trying to remind, what's the name of this thing? Because somebody made this tiny little handheld device that's like this open source thing. Like the size of a credit card. I'm just trying to like remind myself what it was called. It's one of those like, oh, it's basically just like a Raspberry Pi with a screen glued on it. Not finding it now. No, not a Game & Watch. It's a Nintendo thing. The name of those things. I keep finding this thing called Pi Gamer, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Anyway, there's like this little like handheld console thing that's like open source and only has, well, I guess theoretically you could probably put Game Boy games onto it if you wanted to, but it's like an open source console, and it has a pretty active development community for it. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's literally just like a Raspberry Pi with some buttons and a screen glued onto it. No, it's not a game pack, and it doesn't look like a Game Boy. That's the thing. Doesn't look anything like a Game Boy. I mean, there's like a billion, like, yeah, you put ROMs on this consoles that exist. There's a billion of those, but that's not what I'm thinking of. And this thing is not for ROMs. It runs to Android. I mean, like, you could put ROMs on it, but that's not the point of it. It's like, it was like the Bit something, but completely blanking on what it was called. Ardu Boy, that's the name of it. I don't know why I found it on thisiswhyimbroke.com. But also, they're apparently not on Amazon anymore. This thing. But yeah, it comes with 200 games pre-installed, and they're all developed by their community. I should actually buy one of these. That's why you're broke? I mean, it's not why I'm broke. I mean, it's 130 bucks. But yeah, it literally fits in your wallet. That's the neat thing about it. But yeah, so open source like toy basically, and it's got a lot of games that come pre-installed. First person shooter. Definitely not Game & Watch game knockoffs. Could literally make one of them yourself. Yeah, but they sell them pre-built, and I don't have the skills to make one myself. You know, it's just like a lot of things where it's like, yes, you could. I don't have the skills, the tools, or the space to do that myself. So I could do it, or I could just buy a pre-built kit and just screw it together myself, which is always the option I'm going to take when given an option like that, because I, like I said, don't have the skills, nor the time, nor the space to build it. That the game is putting it together by assembled. I mean, like, they're like, it's like saying, yes, instead of buying synthesizers, I could just build my own synthesizers. I don't have the tools, the space, nor the time to do that. It's like, thanks, Captain Obvious. Yes, I could just build it myself, but I literally never will. No point in even saying it. Never got very much into Arduino, but originally it was low-level programming language to teach toddlers to code. Good. So it's supposed to be really easy. Sure, fair enough. Your time costs money. Yeah. You wouldn't do it again? Yeah, I wouldn't build a MAME cab. Although I more or less built a MAME cab actually with a friend of mine years ago, or rather, I helped a friend of mine build a MAME cab years ago, and I would never do it again. Never again. That off. But if I'm 555, then I'm... But yeah, Ardu Boy was the thing I was thinking of. I don't know. I've been looking for ways to play games that are like not at my computer. But the thing about like playing games that are not at my computer is if I'm playing games that are not at my computer, I want to play different games. I don't want to just play the same games. Otherwise, then I just want to play them on my computer. And that's kind of the way I've been for a long time. It's like, well, if I'm going to play games on my computer, I want to play computer games. If I'm going to play games away from my computer, I want to play games that don't play well on a computer. Like, and that's why something like bringing the conversation back around, why the Playdate is interesting to me, because those are games I can't play at my computer. Like, I'm incapable of playing those games because a lot of them require the crank, which is not a input method that my computer has. I mean, I'm sure there's a way of emulating it, but it wouldn't be the same. Just like you could play those Arduino games on a PC, but like they wouldn't be anywhere near as cool as they would be in the context of having a little tiny handheld that plays those neat games. You're going to make a pinball machine? Good luck. Good luck. Although, like, homebrew pinball machines are fucking cool. There's some super fucking cool homebrew pinball out there. If you were to build a, like, your own pinball machine, what would you theme it as? Or... You'd make a Zelda-themed pinball cab? Yeah, I can see that. It's dangerous to go low. Here, multi-ball. Take this, multi-ball. Yeah, I can see that. You'd have to, like, get into different areas of the court to unlock different dungeons. And then get different items to get different ramps. It's dangerous to go out there, to go alone. Here, take these balls. It's dangerous to go alone. Take my balls. Make friends. That's a stressing statement. Anyway. Sometimes I think I'm funny. Sometimes it's the rest of the time. Really? That was a massive undertaking, and I respect the effort. Hey, listen, multi-ball. Hey, listen, fuck off. So wait, so it would be an Ocarina of Time specifically then, multi-ball. You know, it's okay though, because everybody's gangster until Tinkle? Is that his name? I haven't played a Legend of Zelda game in a minute. Can you tell? I mean, My Summer Pinball Machine is probably the sequel to My Summer Car. Sucked in your entire friend group? I believe it, yeah. I mean, that's... I don't particularly enjoy playing pinball. But I have massive amounts of respect for anybody who takes care of, manages, and all that. Of pinball machines, or restores, or maintenances, or any of that. It seems real simple at first, but boy, it's not. Oh no, pinball is a fucking complicated undertaking. It is a massive undertaking. Your fellow short, hairy peeps. Not a lot. Mark, yourself? Actually alive again. Actually streaming again. After a short break. I have returneth. You know, it's funny because like I made such a big deal about being like, guys, I'll be back in a few days, I promise. Sorry for taking days off, yada yada, and all that crap. Yet at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of streamers out there that, you know, stream like 3-4 days a week. And like, that's just a normal weekend. Speaking of this is why I'm broke, I'm just going to put this on the screen for like a few seconds. Continue. Just necessary cookies. Sawed off, Lego. I mean... Anybody want to give me $179 so I can buy this? I need an excuse to buy this. Like building it on stream or something. If you had so much, you would. Yeah. Do I like F1? I watch F1, yes. I sometimes watch F2. I watched a bit of Formula W last year. I'm amused by MotoGP, but F1's the only one that I would say that I like of all of them generally. That is the first Lego car of the Lego cars you've actually liked, and I'm quite sad that you showed that. Do you want a link? It's in multiple places on my Discord. You used to watch it when you were a kid, so you've been out of it for a while, I suppose. You watch F5, it's quite refreshing. It's a very short viewing session, though. It's a few seconds for the page to reload. Yeah, there's a room on my Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms. Which is almost exclusively just like, let's talk about F1, but also other motor racing, but mostly just F1. And whenever there's races happening, there's usually a couple of us in there just like babbling about it. Also related to Dwarf Fortress, community manager over at Kit Fox likes F1. It was kind of funny. It's really funny when like I run into other people that watch F1 because it's just like, oh, you too? Oh my god, there's more than one of us! Especially, like, when it's somebody else from, like, North America. Because, like, that just... People in Canada and the States just don't watch F1. Although, it's partially because, like, I live on the West Coast, so most of the races start at, like, 6 o'clock in the morning for me. Nah. I don't really like minecarts. They're just kind of a pain in the ass. Not in this horde, anyway. Also, come on. Dwarves don't race minecarts. There's more than F1 of us. Yeah, it's more like F2 of us. Yay! That's Canada. Still. Orange. Okay, how about this? My dwarves don't. Just like my dwarves don't really use minecarts as weapons. Stray horse could easily stop them dead in their tracks. This is true. You have a racetrack? So do we in Vancouver? We have multiple, actually. IndyCar races here pretty frequently. It's just nobody over here gives a shit. And Formula E is doing the World Championships here in like a month. Yeah, true. A horse would probably stop an F1 car as well. There wouldn't be much left of the horse, and there also wouldn't be much left of the F1 car. Now, when you say the moose test, are you talking about the swerving test, or are you talking about the test where who wins, moose or car? Because 99.9% of cars, moose wins. If you hit something the size and the weight of a moose, sorry, Sonny, but you're dead. The moose is laughing its way to the finish line. Yeah, it's the, like, when you swerve around the moose, right? Because the moose test, it's the swerving test. This. Where they simulate swerving to not hit a moose, and the vast majority of cars flip. It would slide right under? I think you are not realizing how wide an F1 car is, or how high the tail is. It's also probably illegal everywhere. Sideways. I'm just like imagining... Oh man, they didn't get the food packed away quick enough. I'm just like imagining, what's it called? Road Rage? No. What's the... Not Road Rash. Road Rash is the motorcycle game with the baseball bats. Carmageddon. I'm just imagining Carmageddon, but with moose instead of people. That's... Except, like, you hit the moose, and the moose is just like, thonk, and kills you. That is horrible. Wave depletion. Ostrich chariots were a thing? Hold on a second, I need to research this for science. Holy shit. I have a important question. Why isn't this a feature in Dwarf Fortress? Exactly? Because this is maybe the most dwarfy thing I've seen in a while. Also, this poor ostrich. It just looks kind of pissed. Literally joust? Are they pulled by ostriches in Joust? God, I haven't played Joust since I was a wee lad. Why doesn't he have a beard? This is the problem here. He's a beardless dwarf? Yeah, he was raised by humans and shaved it. Speaking of humans, the humans are spelling and they are here to give us tributes. Joust is ostrich versus storks? Really? Hold on. Joust video game. No, they're riding them. Yeah, in Joust they ride them. They're not chariots. They're riding them. That's different. Yes, you are correct. They are riding birds in joust. But they're riding them. They're not being pulled by them. So they are simply mounting ostriches. Which is a completely different thing. Let's not get caught up in the details. Too late. I'm all caught up in the details. I'm all hot and bothered by the details, in fact. Riding them seems way worse than getting pulled. As long as they're not pecking my eyes out, frankly, I don't care all that much. It's the year 374. Autumn. Your dwarves would never sleep again. Man, we need beak dog chariots in Dwarfort. We really, really, really do. Although beak dogs are not birdies anymore. They are becoming fleshy, weird monsters from the deep. Much more akin to tremors. An ostrich kicks nasty? Kicks nasty is my new jazz fusion drum and bass group. With ska metal influences. Bumblebee Ichor, those poor bumblebees. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. You'd rather mount your friends than mount an ostrich? Well, I mean, good thing you can mount your friends in 3D. Also, don't mind, I had to link that photograph in Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms. Well, I mean... Scrapule? Okay. They make games with weird names. They made Mount Your Friends, then Mount Your Friends 3D, and then Bound Up and Squirming. But anyway, this is mounting your friends in 3D. You could if you wanted to. I suppose that's giggity. Depends on what you're into. Yeah, they do. I mean, Bound Up and Squirming is a... This is actually just like Nightmare Factory, what Fall Guys. Yeah, this is just Nightmare Factory single-player Fall Guys. Anyway. Seems like they made Mount Your Friends and it was hyper successful and they've like never been successful since. Kind of sad, but... Might also like genital jousting. I can't show footage of genital jousting because it's banned on Twitch. And no, not really. Not really a fan of like playing a video game about rape, which is literally what that game is. Like it's got interesting points, and the developers who made it have interesting takes, but it's not something I want to play for entertainment. Thanks. Like, it's awesome that we live in a place where that kind of art can be created. But it's not a format of entertainment that I will ever find enjoyable. It's also, you want to know what's the most surprising thing about Genital Jousting Orange? Is it's got a 10-hour single-player campaign with a story and cutscenes and voice acting. Don't ask me how they talk, but... But yes, it is a, just had to laugh at how ridiculous it looks. It's actually a very serious game. So. How they talk, though? Well, they're penises. It's a game about penises. This is more than you ever needed to know, what, about genital jousting? I watched a short documentary about genital jousting, which was very interesting, but, like, I have zero desire to actually ever play that game. Finally picked up the Battlezone 98 remaster, and I heard that's a well-done remaster. Like, they did a good job on it. You have yet to fire it up? While you're still playing Brigador, at least? And I mentioned this earlier today, but this evening we're going to be streaming a we're going to be streaming a game that has no graphics. Not even ASCII. None. Nada. Zilch. Dwarves are here to trade, which is great. Man, I really want to sell these fucking crutches, but I can't. Oh, actually, no, I can. The king only is forbidding the export of picks. Maybe I can quickly sell them. Wait until you get to the later levels. It becomes Hotline Miami 2 levels of fuck you. To the point where, like, the devs are like, yeah, you can use God mode to finish it if you want to 100% it. We don't judge you. I'll just link the game that we'll be streaming later. It's a game that's been on my to-do list for forever, but Kiri just 100%ed it and wholeheartedly recommends it, so... It's kind of funny. I was like thinking about this yesterday while I was out on a walk. And I was like, man, I wonder how I would edit an interview if, for whatever reason, I was able to get somebody from the team who worked on that game in on an interview. It's like, how would I edit that? I was actually like thinking about it. It's like, how in the world would I do that? It's kind of something I would like to try and do just as like a weird editing challenge. I think it would be fun. Not that I'll pull it off, but I might like poke them and see if they're interested if I have enough to say about it, but we'll see. Nils says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? A chat. It's for everyone. You know it. Someone can type it in. I'm not going to say it. You have to, chat. Let's discuss what they want. What do they want? You want legwear? Tools? Fish? All right. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together.
Cheese
There you go.
for
Somebody figured it out.
everyone.
Cheese is what we asked. Ducks? Yes, definitely. Quack. I mean, on the topic of ducks, just remember Animal recorded this for us earlier.
Don't mind my singing voice, but here goes. Astronaut, baby, cat, dog, elephant, farmer, green hockey, ice cream, jester king.
Anyway. Been off topic if you want to listen to the whole thing. Need trader. Still just picks. With lyrics by Stone, this is true. Oh. There you go. Follow the ducks. We finally made a list of all of the commands. You're still unloading, Mathfall. God damn it. We need to finish trading before the king changes his mind. And faster before he notices, quite literally. It's like, we gotta quickly trade all of this shit before he becomes aware. Chad, have you guys ever had a mayor or a king that restricts bins? That's something that I have, and that's one of the most frustrating things I've ever had to deal with. It's like, not the bins. Anything but bins. I also can't export The Doors. Big The Doors fans here. Speaking of Brigador, apparently Brigador is having a contest on their Discord about who can write the best Brigador poem. So if anybody wants to try and write a poem based on Brigador, now's your chance. Hey, I can sell those crutches. Hallelujah. Hey, black bronze. Black bronze, rose gold. Black bronze. Bronze. Gold. Steel, sure. Black bronze, rose gold, black bronze. Hey! I don't even know what that means, Frog. Some dwarves will go to jail and then the rest will just get their foreheads caved in. Usually how that goes. It was the meter that Shakespeare used? I mean, I really wish I had something that was spherical around here that I could just shake to make it like a visual pun, but I can't. So instead I will just shake those balls elsewhere. Anyway. Your joke was bad and you don't feel bad. It's okay. Most of my jokes are bad and I don't even realize I told jokes. But I feel bad every day about everything, so. I hope that this has been a good first stream back, chat. Hope you guys have been entertained. The saddest part is you couldn't even type those emotes in correctly, Orange. That's the true saddest part. There you go. It's even better the second time around. You know, there's kind of a lot of really, really interesting looking like FPS games coming out soon. Like, I don't know if this game's gonna be any good. This game's got such a good look to it. Like, it's not something I'd stream, but I just love the way it looks. Like, I love that we live in an era of, like, fucking badass looking retro FPSs coming out. Like, I don't know. This shit just looks too cool. I guess we owe New Blood a beer or something collectively. Let's try doing this. Do you play that? Yeah, I know. Depending on how much it is, I might. Speaking of retro, but maybe not really retro, I've been playing a lot of Trials off stream. Like, that's kind of the one thing I really did at my PC when I was gone for those few days, was I played quite a bit of Trials. I just want to take this opportunity to remind everybody that Trials, as in OG Trials and Trials 2, are still so fucking good. Like, Ubisoft has done their best to completely destroy that franchise with, like, their more modern takes on it by filling it up with microtransactions and crap. But old school Trials is still so fucking good. They're so fucking fun. Link to that FPS? Hold up. Pillar upcoming. Yeah, Kingdom of the Dead. That on the 10th. But like, Hyperstrange, the publisher of Jupiter Hell, is publishing a ton of really cool looking FPSs in that style as well. Like, kind of a ton. Maybe not a ton, but a couple. Speaking of retro FPSs, I need to go back and play more Proteus once they finish that. Looking forward to that game being done. Then we'll spend a couple of days playing through all of Proteus, because Proteus is so fucking cool looking. Don't exist, or maybe you're ignorant of them. Something that, something resembling a 2D Grand Theft Auto. I mean, there's Rustler.
Glad you're back.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gone for super long, but thank you very much for that Prime sub. For a 48th month, Vaughn. And thanks for the glad I'm back comment. Cheers, man. I mean, there's this stone, which is they literally called Grand Theft Horse. They initially called it just Rustler, and then nobody bought it, and then they called it Grand Theft Horse, and they got more sales. But it's like top-down Grand Theft Auto-esque, but medieval. I feel like there is. There's just not a lot of them. You know, I would love somebody to try making. Actually, isn't like Liberal Crime Squad kind of like a Grand Theft Auto roguelike? Proteus has a D in it. Proteus has a D in it. Yeah, it's in early access. This game? Early access. One of my favorite parts about Proteus is they'll give you the MIDI soundtrack for free, which is kind of awesome, actually. But yeah, they're adding levels to the campaign over time. There was like 4 hours worth of campaign in it in the original early access release. They've added a bunch of new levels, but I'm just kind of waiting for them to finish it. When they finish it, I'll play it again. But it also has to be turn-based, though. So that's the part that you're missing. You're thinking of run-based Grand Theft Auto. Silly. Also, that's silly, Frog. You shouldn't do that. Thanks for being a member of the people that kill the genre that I love. Oh, you were thinking of Proteus, not Proteus. Yep. No, this game definitely is done. I was thinking of Proteus. I don't even know what this is, Proteus. Pretty looking, though. Ah, music. Looks pretty. Yeah. I'm going to agree with Stone here and say Stilly. Now you feel bad. It's good. You should. Now you're wondering how feasible a 3D turn-based, run-based game would be? You mean like a 3D roguelike? You mean like Jupiter Hell? What? I mean a game that I've streamed 350 hours of? 2.5D at best? Well, I mean, Angband has Z levels and like 3D movement where you move up and down stuff. I mean, no more feasible than like any game that is 3D. I mean, like it's not a roguelike at all, but like just as an example, Celesta, Crown of the Magister, that D&D game that came out, which is it's basically D&D XCOM. Because like you have a party of people and you control the whole party, and It's got an overworld and other stuff, and then when you go into combat, it's XCOM. But that game has like a lot of vertical movement. I mean, would chess be considered a roguelike? Orange, are you trying to be a dick? Because you're doing a good job. No, because the board isn't randomized every time. If the shape of the board was randomized every time and there wasn't an opponent, I could see the argument, but no, because the board is the same shape every time. No, it's not, because real life isn't turn-based. Can we, like, not do this, chat? I'm not in the mood. I'm really, really, really not. I don't feel like debating what is and isn't my favorite genre of games that you guys are well aware of what it is and what it isn't. Read that and quit being twits. That is true, Venom Delta. To the point where to the point where there are times where I'm convinced that we even have multiple servers for this real life sandbox MMORPG, because some people seem to think the world is flat. I mean, that's not chess, though. Pombarian is just a game that uses chess rules to make a neat little run-based card game. There are several roguelikes that use chess piece rules, but you're not playing chess at that point. You're just simply selecting a character that is a knight that can only move in this particular pattern. That is not chess anymore. I just forgot to turn RTX on. Flat Earthers, like, never installed their voodoo card, so they never installed the third dimension. That is proving that I'm old, because I know what a voodoo card is. Unfortunately, they just played another world and then never moved beyond that point. So does Daisy. Wave depletion, what's your point? Also, is Pombarian good? I've looked at it a couple times, but it looks too much like a card game to me. And I don't really like run-based deck builders. Looks kind of deck buildery. But Steam keeps on telling me that it's on sale. So it seems to always be on sale, which leads me to believe it hasn't sold that well, which is unfortunate. We have more baby peacocks? I think so. Don't need the trader there because they're leaving. Did I just... No, trader not needed at depot. What are you doing, Taylor? Or Katsu? This is such a long goddamn walk. Hey, see, now I can't export crutches. Manage work orders. That's what I need you to do, Diamond. You're a good dwarf. That must be a heavy block for you. Dwelling upon retching and miasma. That's pretty rough. Oh no! Dwarf is sad because he's unable to make romance for so long. I feel that. Hang in there, Dwarfy. Yeah, sad because can't make him box. Can't make romance, dead dwarf. Which probably means I'm overworking them, actually. Holidays. Guess we should spend those jobs for a bit and just let the dwarves put everything away for the next year. Basically. There's so much of it currently. Also, hello and welcome to the stream, Venom Delta. Oh, also another thing, chat, is I'm in the early stages of pestering Tarn to have him on the stream again. There will be details posted when I have them. Because there's a thing coming, probably Thursday. But yeah, I've heard that there's a thing coming on Thursday, most likely. That should be, if not exciting, then at the very least interesting. I'm hoping it'll be exciting. It was actually like something that was teased in the Future of the Fortress post. Tarn mentions that he's working on a roadmap that should at the very least outline the path to the end of development. And that is something I'm very excited to see. Let's put wheelbarrows there. And with this one. So, Tarn Adams making a roadmap. We'll see how that goes. I don't know how much hope I have for that necessarily, but we'll see. But at the very least, be interesting. Actually, let's make 10 silver wheelbarrows. Make a few more finished goods stockpiles. You should add making a roadmap to the roadmap of things to do eventually. Wait a minute. Yeah, I should only make like 92% of the roadmap, and then the last 10% should just be blank, and it'll be like coming in a later version. You know, it's kind of funny. So, you know how everybody just hates Sean Murray? Because he lied? I kind of think that Sean Murray and Tarn Adams have a lot in common. They're both extremely ambitious dreamers that want to make their dream game. The difference is Tarn Adams has the time and patience from his community to actually do it, whereas initially Sean Murray didn't. But now people have largely kind of come around on... But people have since largely come around on their hatred of No Man's Sky, and it's now something that people are a lot more understanding of, I think, because like they've put in the effort and the time to do that, and now No Man's Sky has kind of just become a, maybe not a forever game, but definitely a game that they're going to be working on probably for the next 15 years easily. I think that that's really interesting. New Peter Molyneux? No, because I don't think that there's NFTs in any of Sean Murray's games. So in order to be a Peter Molyneux, you have to be putting NFTs in your game now. But he certainly was for a minute. The thing about Peter Molyneux is, like, I kind of can't hate Peter Molyneux because he seems like such a nice dude. Like, I just watch people make games as video about Peter Molyneux. It's like... But I just... Like, I was always... I was... Saying I was a Peter Molyneux defender is maybe, like, the wrong word. Because I was never really a Peter Molyneux defender, but, like, I never fully understood people's hatred of Peter Molyneux. It's like, oh, he's just a guy with a dream who talked a lot. But now I kind of hate him just because of the fact that he's dove so hard in on NFTs. And there's a bunch of interviews out there with him now talking about how great company towns are and saying that America should bring back script and company towns because it's very efficient and a good way to make money. And it's like, hold the fucking phone for a second there, Molyneux. Wow. And that's kind of scary, I think. So yeah, that's kind of what? They weren't on the list, but apparently everybody's going to prison. Great. Well, fuck. All right, time to remove all of my chains because I fucked up. So everybody's gonna get beatings instead. You know how I sold all of those crutches? Apparently they were contraband. We weren't allowed to sell those, even though it wasn't on the list. How strong is my captain of the guard right now? Quick to heal and slow to tire. We have to just get beatings instead. Because 400 days in prison? Yeah, that won't do. That'll kill half the fort. Fortunately, my captain of the guard is pretty weak, so hopefully injuries should be minimal. But, like, really, look at those times. In 505 days in prison for Oswix. Oddly enough, I kind of want Oswix to actually get that prison. Actually, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let him put some of them in prison. And I will let the ones out early that can't handle it. Shit. God damn you, king. Oh well, Dwarf Fort. Hoy, hoy, hoy. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 800 days! 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Is that literally every dwarf in the fort? I think it's literally every dwarf in the fort. Can you stop using that winky face, Frog? I don't like it. Or use it less, please. Don't use it on every line you type in. I realize, like, I'm micromanaging what you can say, but, like, just be wary of that winky face, because it's, like, close number 2 on the annoyance scale. Like, you can use it, just be careful. It's a very dangerous tool you've got there. Like using a jackhammer to say hello. So better than Keck W? I mean, that just says that you're stupid. That's fine. But yeah, you can use that, Smiley. Just don't use it too much. Be wary about what you use it on. Ah, man. Hello! Wait, what? How's things? All my dwarves are getting arrested. Again. You'd prefer no graphicalization? You know, I miss when smileys look like this. I miss those days. Those were the good days. Fort full of criminals? Well, we had the audacity to export a bunch of crutches. Well, you like being in prison, so that's good. So does this. Ollie also likes being in prison. There goes the mayor. Oh no, my manager, not my mayor. Misread. Gonna have to let you out early. And then he's just gonna start beating people. Humiliated. Well, can't have you in prison. Gotta release you. Captain of the guard is gonna go drink. I don't blame him. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be back in like 10 seconds. Power steering on your car is being cranky. Otherwise, pretty decent day. That sucks. Hopefully it's an easy fix. Back in a mo. Also, it's apparently pouring rain outside. That makes me sad. I wanted to go for a walk this evening. Maybe I'll go for a walk in the rain. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. Ah. All right. You know what? Let's just do this. No longer used by justice. What happens if I make you not used by justice? Once there's somebody assigned to it. I like how they can still be, like, even if it's not even designated as a room, they can still just be assigned to it. That's kind of funny. Okay, so now we're just going to get a lot of criminals beaten. So everybody in the fort gets a beating. We'll let you beat the first one. We'll see how this will go. He doesn't do a lot of damage. That's fine. Otherwise, you're getting ripped away from your job. Okay, that's not too bad. Minor bleeding on pilot. Our finger's broken. Okay, well, I guess the doctors are going to get some training. Here we go. Which bone did I put them on? What do you mean? Oh, about bone induction headphones and everyone. I know somebody who used to use those. Think of all the people who have broken legs that will have to crawl. For I am the king of crutches. This is true. What bones do you put them on? The ones right next. It's like, yeah, it's your upper jawbone right next to your ears. They go right there. I've used them a couple of times. They're neat. They're just not something I would want to use frequently. I mean, they are neat, but, like, they're not as quiet as some people think they are. Like, you can hear the music that somebody's listening to on them. People seem to think that they, like, are unhearable by people next to you, which is just not true. Axon got a beating. Just bruised. Very, very bruised. Is the audio quality any good? I mean, at that point, it depends on which ones you buy. But yeah, they can sound pretty damn good. If they're well made, they sound good. All right, Aqua, who are you beating next? See, that's optimal. Like, didn't even get any damage. Badly beaten did you get, Kick Roast? Okay, her foot is broken. And aside from that, it's just bruising. Did the king mandate any crutches? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, they make implanted hearing aids. That's a thing. Need crutches with that broken foot? I mean, I'm assuming we still have crutches in the hospital. I can double check, but... Nope. Anybody actually in prison still? Yes, that red on the ground is actually blood, though. This is like the 4th time that I think that this has happened in the history of this fort. Oh, you can hear clearly. Like, you can hear the music and you can hear what's around you. I don't like them because I don't find them particularly comfortable. Because you do feel some pressure on your jawbone, and I wouldn't want to use them for that reason. Might have had maybe perhaps the one that I was using as an example was just too tight on me. Exhilarated after punishing somebody. Well, at least somebody's happy. But yeah, that was kind of my issue with the particular pair that I used, was that I found that it was a bit tight on the jawbone. But if it wasn't as tight on the jawbone, I could see, like, if I just had a better pair or something. Did I build my own volcano? Not quite, but yeah, kind of. I mean, it does go all the way down here, and it's surrounded with glass. That's the, like, bottom of it. It's actually, like, just the gaudiest magma forge ever. But, yes. Your jack dislocates? Well, my jack blacks, so... It's better than my jack that it's. Also, hello, Legacy of Mara. Welcome to the channel. As we watch dwarves run around. How did you end up here, if I might ask? Whenever I see new faces around, it's always like, all right, how'd you get here? Because people finding Dwarf Fortress streams on Twitch is a rare thing. Your Jack's white? Does he also say that his wife is his sister? Which is way weirder than most people give him credit for. You went looking for Dwarf Fortress streams? You're one of those! Wow, that's incredible. Well, hi. We have 2 forts that we're running currently. There's this one, which is Longdeath. Longdeath is an attempt to keep a fort alive for 1,000 years, which is why this fortress is so redonkulously big. It's because it's currently 369 years old. Nice. And the other fort that I have is called... or is more of a faction that I'm playing, where we're doing a lot of adventuring and various other things. I can't actually remember the name of the current fort that I have in that one. I need to go look it up again. Yeah. I mean, people who go looking for streams of Dwarf Fortress are rare. They don't happen very frequently. These days now, when people stumble into my channel, it's either like, oh, you were recommended by Sal, or they come in through the YouTube channel. Shit, did somebody die? Knowles has been found dead. All right, I need to, Fuck, Knowles is pretty old. Rest in peace, Knowles. You were a good dwarf. I need a new captain of the guard. Stat. Sorry, Aqua, you've gotten too strong. You can have your job back after this is over. What if I give it to... Katsu. Katsu, guess what? You get a new job for a bit. Ah. Okay, we're good. Can you stop, please? Aqua, you're not... That's not your gerb anymore. Man. And Katsu still like, I'm collecting webs. All of my dwarves are getting beatings right now because I accidentally violated an export agreement from my king, who's now very upset. See, like, we're starting to get cuts and stuff. Because you've gotten stronger from all of this training. There you go. Aqua's now going to go drink. You'll take this job over. And we'll give Aqua the job back. Lil M. Katsu's just the... Maybe Lil M. Katsu can become our hammerer if they like the job. Go fill up your water skin before you go beating a bunch of people. Ugh. Nothing's getting put away because, well, like I said, it's an excellent opportunity to train some doctors. Oswix is doing a very good job. Bellinaire is getting to recover wounded. Now I need to watch Katsu. Uh-oh. Did you just get beaten? Aqua got beaten by Katsu. Well, I mean, Aqua, that's what you deserve. All right, Katsu, let's follow you. Weapons equipped. Shouldn't. A granite ring. Well, you have a steel spear. Okay, hold up. Drop that spear, you. And before Aqua dies. All right. There you go. You're going to go store the spear in the bin, and then you can go back to beating people. No spear. Hey, Imush, the merchant, has given birth to a girl. Anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in the fort? Any takers? Named Unib. What a time to be alive. The courts mandated that I beat the ever-living shit out of you. Because we broke the law. Broke the law. Broke it the law. Broke it the law. Anyway. Any takers? Also, I completely forgot about Jack White when I made that Jack Black joke. No takers? All right, Mar, you're getting it. Mar, you're going to start a new legacy. As the daughter of Imlish and Kassoth. And you were born today, which makes you very young indeed. And your hair is crinkly, and your very long hair is neatly combed. Her eyelashes are high, and her lips are thick. Her somewhat short head is somewhat narrow, and her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. You dream of creating a great work of art and can be very single-minded. I mean, you are a baby, so you've got plenty of time for your personality to grow. We are recovering more wounded. Wait, did I have 2 babies born? Nope, just the one. All right. All right, nanochip's been beaten. Put that away. Oi, 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 ve. Okay, Katsu's gonna go beat the next one. Looks like we're past halfway done. We got like 6 or 7 left. Meanwhile, Team Xeno is putting Oh, please no enrage. Liz, no enrage. Okay, you're just gonna go rest. It's fine. This is either going to be good overall for Fort's mental health or absolutely horrendous, and there is no in between. Break law, break bones, potato, potato. I mean, on the bright side, Axon, super happy getting to do all of this doctoring. So I guess that's good. Tygo's fine. Give me a link. But don't click on the ad. Go search for them separately. I'm very curious about which $4,000 headphones. Those do look ridiculously uncomfortable. What the hell? How did those go on your head? I don't understand, actually. Oh, actually, are those cushions? Oh, I get it. These support it off of the side of your head, so the speaker never touches you, but that doesn't seem well designed. Also, it's $4,500 if you get it with the DAC. That is a ridiculously expensive headphone. For whatever it's worth, Sennheiser's $4,000 headphones are very, 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 very comfy. And that's the blind is officially rich headphones. You know, I was talking with my dad recently, because we were talking about converting records over to cassettes, right? Because that's what I do with my dad. I stated that, like, I kind of have an issue with the way my records sound when put directly into my tape deck. There's just something, it just doesn't sound great. There's a lot of amplifier sounds. It's just not great. And he's like, well, maybe we just need like a direct phono amp, like a little tiny photo amp specifically for transferring records over to cassettes. I'm like, Dad, you may have just given me a reason to save for a tube amp, because like the audiophile, like vintage audio store that's close to me, or close-ish to me, that I get my audio gear repaired at when it needs maintenancing, makes tube amps in-house, and they're like $600, but like my dad may have just like inadvertently given me a legitimate reason to save for one. All right, looks like we are through with all of the beatings. Aqua, you can have your job back. If I can find you. There you are. And you know what? We'll make the Dungeon Master into Katsu, because Katsu seemed pretty good at that job. Which means I need to give Katsu an office. You haven't seen one in ages? Give me a second. These are their in-house tube amps. in order to try them? For a $2,000 headset? That's not even that expensive when it comes to headsets. Make you put a deposit on that? Oh, they come with a glass cover. That's just with the cover off. They're like a dim brushed glass cover. All right, I can finally reactivate my prison now. Oopsies. What? Oh. Duh. That door locked? All right, so now everybody's had their beatings. We should be good. And Kick Roast, Katsu are the only two still lying in wait of doctoring. Oy vey. Need weapon racks and armor stands, and you don't have a. Did I not just give you? Okay, that is now your dining room. So you need 2 weapon racks, or 1 weapon rack and 1 armor stand. One and one. Easy done. So now we just chill for a little bit. Now we just chill for a little bit. But the only time I've ever had to put the only time I've ever had to put a deposit on using a headset was for you had to put a $1,000 hold on your credit card to use it, but they released it like the same day, and it was to use this. This is the Sennheiser HE1, which, if you've never seen this before, is this, which I think is $50,000. I'm mostly certain these things are 50 grand. Yeah, they don't have a price listing on here. Yeah, you have to make a down payment of $15,000 to get one. You make a down payment of $15,000 to get one. Pair of headphones. Not 100%, but I'm feeling better, yes. I was kind of contemplating taking the whole week off and just coming back Saturday, but streamers got to eat, so streamers got to work. How much is the Sennheiser HE1? Sennheiser HE1. Yeah, $59,000 is the price for the Sennheiser HE1. And in order to buy one, you have to put a $15,000 deposit. Although that's the American price, which means it's probably closer to like 70,000 CAD. Actually, what is 59,000 CAD right now? 75,000, almost on the dot. Yeah. So almost $75,000. Just under. For that. But yeah, I've used one once, and I had to put a $1,000 hold on my credit card to use it. Worth it. It was for a 30-minute long audio experience at PAX West. Also, yeah, no, anyway, I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling all right, Exxon. I mean, it was a combination of just like straight up exhaustion plus a little bit of burnout. Largely the reason for it is like I don't even really have my normal days off anymore because like 2 days a week when I'm not streaming, I'm working on a podcast now. So at this point, it's like Fridays are no longer a day off because we record podcasts on Fridays, basically. And so I almost always have like often just as many hours spent recording, then editing, then uploading on Friday to get all that stuff ready for Sunday. But it's okay. I mean, I like it, so hopefully it'll take off to a point where we can pay an editor. Which is kind of the whole goal of the podcast, is that we can make it into a thing that's big enough that we can hire an editor to edit it for us. Who bought those and then connected it to his Spotify? I mean, for whatever it's worth, Orange, my very fancy, like, vintage audio setup has a aux cord coming out of the side of it for the second CD player port that doesn't have a CD player plugged into it. And it's there just so I can plug my phone in and listen to Spotify sometimes. Like, yeah, it doesn't sound great, but that's fine. Sometimes I want to listen to things I don't own physically. Well, I mean, an editor would be somebody who would just be on every episode muted, who would then just do all of the editing and uploading, so I would just have to show up for 2 hours to record a thing and then peace out, which would make my life hell a ton easier. I'll say this. If you know enough about audio to purchase a Sennheiser HE1, bring it home and use it, you probably know enough about audio to not use that for its primary purpose. If you know enough about audio to know that the Sennheiser HE1 exists and order one, you're also the sort of person who would use it for its intended purpose. Like, it's a $60,000 tube amplifier and headphone. I don't know what you're talking about, Axon. There's plenty of use cases for Tidal. And just because somebody has a lot of money doesn't mean that they're an uncultured whale. And just because somebody spends a lot of money on something doesn't mean they're an uncultured whale. The fact that you move to make fun of people as your first response to things, I think is kind of pathetic. Orange, you shouldn't do that. Read about it. Read about the parts. Read about the process that they use to make it. Read about how long it takes them to make it. It makes perfect sense that it's that much money. One of my life goals is to own a Sennheiser HE1, as an example. Like, if I'm ever successful enough to be considered rich, I would want to own one of those. I am the market for that to a degree. Like, that's would be considered a portion of my end game. Anyway, on a completely different subject. How are you, Axon? Hope you didn't miss me too much. Then why are you saying that you can't process that it costs that much? They literally make like 1 or 2 a year of the Sennheiser HE1s, and they'll frequently go years without making them. They make them to order. In fact, Sennheiser does that with most of their higher end products, but like they make them to order. I mean, there are more Ferraris in existence than HE1s. People buy those. Usually your main is Archer. Gotcha. And how's that run going so far? Dwarf's moving real slow. Why that? You want to pray? We literally just need stuff to be put away, guys. Come on. There's a stupid bone giant rand boss in the crypt that you can't kill, and it's a stalemate. He can't stunlock me, and I can't beat his reassemble talent that literally refills his life bar. Oh, that sucks. Like the very early dungeon, the crypt? Or the other one? Or the other one, says a guy who definitely knows a lot about Tome. Isn't that like a really early game dungeon, or am I crazy? Like a level 25 dungeon? Okay, the other one then. Because, like, there's that really, really early dungeon with, like, the skeleton guy at the end. It's, like, the third dungeon. Or it's, like, it's like a level 3 or 4 dungeon or something. Honestly, like, the main thing that I need to, like, play Tome is I just need, like, a guide to tell me where to go. Because I always end up in areas that I'm under-leveled for. Like, man, if only my level was a bit higher. This dwarf sad at somebody's death. Well, I mean, you caused it. Reassemble is a talent that skeletons have, and it heals them for all of their HP. But it's on a decently long cooldown. Your problem is that you can't kill it before it comes back. Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks. All right. Chat, I'm going to real quick go do some lunch. It's going to take me a couple of minutes. But I have a egg salad sandwich to consume. So I'm going to go do that real quick. If you're just lurking in the chat, could I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. I will be back in, like I said, 5 to 10 minutes tops. When I come back, we'll do a bit more of this. Probably finish up the hour. And then we're going to go take a look at The Veil, which is a game for blind people. Quite literally. It's got no graphics whatsoever.
Sandwich!
So that should be interesting, which means it'll either be the best game ever to stream or the worst game ever to stream. I'm not sure which, but we'll find out. And also, if you're looking for something to listen to, that's my podcast, which me and my stream team put together, which is currently killing all of my energy. But if you happen to have an Apple device and want to leave us a review on iTunes, that would be greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. And also, that's the wrong button. When I come back... I don't know. I always have I'm always tempted to be like, when I come back, if there's a hype train going or something, I'll do something special. But it's like, I don't fucking know what I do. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. BRB.
Sandwich!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Streamer returns. Giant rat is fighting with pawn grabbers. Well, that's not good for the giant rat. Great for the pawn grabbers. I return. Hi. Also, yes, I was very much getting a egg salad sandwich, and it was delicious, by the way. Anyway, good to see you, Pink Fluffy Llama. How's thing? Or is they just putting a lot of stuff? Oh, man. Not you too, Dawn. Was astonished having her punishment reduced. It's a Finian! The legendary food picture poster. How's things, Finian? PFL, is that what we're calling Pink Fluffy Llama now? Made more food porn today? Yeah, I saw it. I've been kind of lazy about posting food porn. Hey! Also, I'll have to check that out, by the way. Axon. That thing that you posted. Axon, I swear, there will be more Tome soon. I just need the itch, and I need to figure out exactly how we're doing Longdeath versus other Dwarf Fortress save progression first. Yeah, we need to, I need to just swallow my pride and do a playthrough of Tome with not on roguelike difficulty and just play on like one of the starter difficulties and just play an easy class and see how far we can get. We need to just do that at some point, but got a ways to go first. But the progression stays the same. I mean, very, very old games tend to have very similar things from game to game, so. We're putting boulders away. You want to practice a martial art, Don Caribou? Oh, okay. You are in the main squad. Well, let's get the main squad training for a bit. We got a mod that gives you extra lives. I don't think I'd install mods. Actually, I don't know if you use any of these, but I would be interested in asking for some advice on UI mods. I've seen some better UI things and like stat condensers and stuff that make like parsing the information that the game's giving to you a bit easier, but like I don't know which one to use. That's something that I would like, because that game has a lot of information that means absolutely nothing to my brain. Also, Reinhardt, are you ice fishing? Oh my god, they're ice fishing. That, or there's just a stack of fish there. There's just some raw lamprey there. I didn't know that dwarves could ice fish. Interesting. Pink is what you tend to be called? I mean, I wouldn't call you PFL. Because PFL to me just means please fucking lose. Gotta be close? Yeah, but the UI is so much more flexible in Tome. Lemon, hello. Hello, hello. How are you? Got to meet your kid at the bus stop a couple days a week now, which means you'll probably be popping in more often. Oh, to like pick them up from school kind of deal? Well, I'm not sure how that relates to you popping in more often, but that's cool. I don't mind this. Tome feels like that? I don't know if Tome feels like that. To me, Tome just feels like really, really, really old code that the dev never stopped adding on to. Kind of not too dissimilar to DF that way. I have to drag your ass out of bed earlier. Ah, I get you. I get you. Well, hopefully it doesn't impact your sleep too much, but I, of course, appreciate the lurks or the views. All of that is very, very helpful. Fashion projects are always the best. Yeah. I know, I agree. Dwarves really, really liked learning about clothes making. They all learned about clothes making a minute ago. Can I just say two things? Number one, this fort on Reddit, really fucking cool looking. Number two, this person's Reddit username, very funny. But this is a cool fucking fort. Like, just look at this shit. A cool fucking fort. Looks so nice. That's actually something I don't think we've seen at all in the Steam version previews is Mist, because it's just not implemented yet, and I can't wait to see multi-level beaches like this. Can you have that link, please? I mean, it's at the top of the subreddit, but here you go. There's more than one screenshot. Just looking at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit now. Very good subreddit. But yeah. No, all the dwarves are injured right now. That wall's legit. Yeah, I cannot wait to, like, I hope that somebody makes tools to make saves compatible between Steam version or premium versions and the current version, because I would love to see Longdeath in the premium version. Why does it seem like cheating? Zombies can walk underwater, you know that, right? Like, they can just go full, what's the word? Pirates of the Caribbean on you. Because Tarn is making some changes that's going to make the saves not compatible. But it is still the same game. But it's not too uncommon for different versions of the game to break saves. It's just been about 5 years since a version has come out since save breaking changes. Sub-Zombikai, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, no, like, I think it was like 2016 was the last version that broke saves. Might have been 2015. Well, usually the community makes tools that converts the save files so that they don't break. But like, as an example, Tarn has changed the masonry workshops from the mason shops to the stonecutter shop. And some of the masonry jobs are now done in the crafts jobs, and some of the crafts jobs are done in the stonecutter shop. So like, there's been some job reorganizing. Like, it is still largely the same game, but Tarn's been doing some cleaning up that he's been planning on doing anyway, which will break saves. Hey RSG, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Good to see you still alive. Rip Freemason cults, I suppose. I mean, the skeletons do walk under the ocean in Pirates of the Caribbean, but yeah, holding the rowboat deep underground. Like, dude, can I just say that scene's always bothered me in Pirates of the Caribbean? The walking with the rowboat on his head scene. Like, that's always bothered me because, like, have you ever tried to pull something underwater like that without it just going whoop and floating away? Like, that rowboat would have enough, like, pressure in it that it would lift them off the ground and up to the surface. Like, there's no way they'd be able to do that. No way. No way.
Damn time flies.
Yeah, time keeps drinking Red Bull. That's why it's got wings. Thank you very much for the 50 months. Welcome back for the 50th month. Cheers, mate. It's good to have you around. Wow, that was a loud shoulder pop. I don't know if that picked up on the microphone, but God, that was loud. Ah, whew. I'm alive now. I'm awake. Someone did the math, and force in the boat would literally rip, the amount of force that the boat would have exerted would literally rip their arms off them? Really? So it would just lift them up to the surface, is what you're saying. Then thought about how to make that happen. You'd need to, like, tape a lot of lead weights to the edge of the boat. I feel like that's a Mythbusters episode that never happened. Or should have happened. Or probably did happen. Maybe that was the era when Mythbusters was still happening. I don't know. Baraboo, how you doing? Feeling better? Looks like it. You've been trying to find a new game, realizing that the new test drive and unlimited happens or start. Oh, you've been trying to find a new game to play until those come out? My Myth results, episode 92. Busted. Fair enough. Yep, that checks out. I mean, I busted that one with my brain in the last 10 seconds. What a sight. Yep. So you're looking for games to play while you're waiting for those ones to release, eh? You were just backing your claims? I believed you, though. Did believe you. You won't be interested? What, in any other game? Did you ever get into SnowRunner, RSG? But yeah, I know the feeling of like, there are so many games and I don't want to play any of them. I mean, I don't know if this is a recommendation, but F1 2021, very cheap right now. It's 67% off, in fact. The deluxe edition is even affordable. Man, like, if that wasn't published by Electronic Arts, I'd be tempted. But yeah, I know the feeling of like, I'm not interested in any video games that exist anymore. Because that's how I feel about a lot of games that exist now. Dude, I have 180 plus episodes of Longdeath and there's nothing to watch. I have a question, chat. Did any of you guys just go watch my YouTube VODs while I was gone? You've been trying minigames? What have you tried recently? Out of curiosity. Also, why is the new test drive something that you're interested in? The last test drive wasn't any good. I'm hoping that your happiness from this can push it to the limit, as they say. You need some more excitement in your life. You literally got beaten within an inch of your life and you need more excitement in your life? Your dad has a wheel and pedals he doesn't use. Shut the fuck up about driving games on sale. Don't support Electronic Arts. You happy now? Although, I just wanted to shout this out because this looks super chill. This looks so fucking chill. Model painting simulator, chat. Model painting simulator. Anyway. What did I say about... I don't want to have this Sims 4 argument. But let's... Because that is like the one unpopular opinion I have that I'm just tired of arguing. Does it have VR? Fuck if I know. What the heck would you want anything in VR? Also, we are just leaning into the first of spring. Yep, spring. Get your pogo sticks ready. EA Games backed off from NFTs. They asked publicly. They were like, "Would people be interested in us stepping into this market?" And the backlash was substantial, or the no outcry from the public was very substantial. And they said, "You know what? We as Electronic Arts have decided that we don't want to support NFTs," which is actually like one of the few smart things they've done in the last several decades. So, never, I think. Same with Discord. Discord also flirted with the idea. See, EA Games, a great company. I don't know about that. Now let's not get crazy here. I mean, your brain might be, Orange. I don't think the Earth is. But yeah, Discord also, like, one of the Discord founders who still works at the company tweeted about it as a possibility. He was like, we're thinking about it with Discord. Should we do this? And then they were like, no. And then Discord was like, okay, we'll stay away from NFTs. Then Patreon did the same thing. They were like, hey, how do you guys feel about this stuff? And people were like, no. And then they were like, yeah, how about we don't? So, I mean, fair. Fair. Also, we are almost exactly, yeah, we're at 1 year's time spent in game today. And I've streamed like 4 hours of Longdeath, which means we're running at like a third of the game's intended speed. It's gonna take probably, if I had to guess, another 500 episodes to finish this fort. Another 500 streams or so. Wavy. That's a kick in the gut? Why is that? Just means I got content for the next few years. I got content all the way through 2026. Yeah, then Ubisoft is just like, gamers don't understand how NFTs will help them. It's like, oh no, we understand all right. We just don't give a shit. That's the issue. It's like, we just don't care. Yeah, the little Microsoft company said that, right? Axon, you guys don't have phones? It was Microsoft that said that, right? Xbox, I think? I'm just gonna say this out loud. $68.7 billion. You know, I looked this up recently because I was curious. You know how much Sony's worth? Just under double that. It's like a walkie-talkie, but longer distance, Orange. Some of the new ones are even waterproof. It's kind of crazy. This is a very slow-moving human. A very slow move human. So I sent that model builder to Hobo. I'm just gonna show this conversation because it can't be bad. I sent this model builder to Hobo and he's like, dude, I have like actual kits I need to build. Why did you show me this? Excellent. You haven't played AoE in years? Do you have Game Pass? Because you could just get Game Pass for $1 for 3 months if you don't. Then just try Age of Empires on there if you want to try it. Oh yeah, well then fucking play Age of Empires. I can tell you, it's real good. Also, looks like the humans this time were the goat. Ooh, headscarf. Clothing we can't use. How nice of them. This human is painful. So slow. Yeah. This human was carrying a cage with a goat in it, though, so, you know, we gotta give him a break. Well, didn't give you your extra. One crutch and 3 pegs. Also, Axon, we don't need to eat the rich because they're already eating themselves based on that receipt. Also, I can see that you too are probably a member of the anti-work subreddit. One of us. One of us. At least that's where I saw that. Billy the Goat? Yeah, William. Willie Goat. That post made you feel sick? What if I told you there was a time 5 guys, 5 dudes, purchased and consumed $700 in McDonald's food in front of me? I know it's not like $27,000 or anything like that receipt you posted. But yeah, no, not the burger joint 5 guys. It was 5 individual persons that ate $700 in McDonald's food in front of me. They just kept ordering and ordering and ordering. I used to have a photo of the thing. It was like they ordered like 250 McNuggets. It was like 10 double Big Mac meals, large sized. They ordered a bunch of extra things and side stuff, a shit ton of stuff off of the side menu, and they just sat there for like 3 hours and just ate it all. The table looked like it did by the time they were done with it. But good question. I don't know. You tell me. Well, actually, I think it would have been 260 because they ordered them in sets of 20, but individual nuggets. So it would have been 260 individual nuggets. Fuckload of ice cream. Apple pies. There must have been internal rupturing. That's a huge group of elves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's good to see the elven caravans get big again. All 5 of them. Ever since, because like the elves didn't trade with us for a while after we got the new king, so I kind of figured that they were like upset with us or something, or maybe they didn't like the new king, but it's good to see them back. In full force. Full force. I wouldn't consider myself like a wine enthusiast. I don't know a ton about wine, but I've certainly had wine that was good. I don't have anything intentionally against it. I don't go out of my way to drink it, though. I know the difference between good wine and shitty wine. I'll put it that way. And I also tend to whine a lot, so. Expert at that. As a Canadian, I'm very good at whining. Hey, Darren, what's up? Yay, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see you stop being depressed. Taylor, I need you trading. Yappa yappa. Up and Adams. Maybe I need to make you into a performer. Yep, Taylay's got to be a performer. Feel giddy after performing. Thanks for the $1.50. Taking that #1 spot. Darren, cheers, dude. Jack, could I get a couple beers for Darren taking the #1 spot? This is the thing I need to do. Right, grab a new broker. Let's give it to Do It. Still unloading. Would suck if they just unload forever. This horsey seems to be stuck. You know what's always bothered me about Amazon published games is why don't they just give Amazon published games to all streamers? Like I'm getting all of these ads from Twitch about Lost Ark right now in my email. It's like, why don't you guys just like send me a key for like all of the fancy shit instead of making me wait for 2 days? Like, I'm sure, like it would just be so nice if Amazon and Twitch could just, like, you know, communicate a little more. Because they really don't seem to like communicating much. If at all. I don't know if, I don't know if you saw this, but you consider yourself an outdoorsy person, right? RSG? Since you probably consider yourself a outdoorsy person, you'd probably respect this. You heard outdoors? I heard not in first anymore, Orange! Ha! Anyway. That's what I heard. Check this out. Walking up this hill again on Monday. Little bump. Although we're going to try and walk up to the 3rd peak instead of the 1st. The 1st peak is like 2 hours from base to the top. We're going to go to the 3rd peak, which is like a 6-hour hike. They raised Prime by 20 a year? Really? Didn't notice. Nor did I know that, actually. Not according to your gift badge? Well, you're still #1 on gift subs. Somebody cheer 2 gift subs. Somebody make 2 gift subs happen. Make Orange #2. But I can be right, but yes, you are correct. You're just no longer #1 on the bits leaderboard, sir. Then we'd have to go to the 4th peak, but the 4th peak is like a 12-hour hike, which I don't want to do. That's like a 12-hour hike when there's no snow on the mountain. Let alone when there's snow on the mountain like right now. You want abstract thinking. This is actually kind of rough. Dealing with a lot of depressed dwarves now that everybody got beatings. I mean, not that I blame them, but... You want to practice a craft? Actually, you know what? Let's do this. And where did Ducky go? Ducky, 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 Ducky. There you are. Let's also give you clothes making and leatherworking. Also, you know that Bezos isn't the CEO of Amazon anymore, yeah? I mean, obviously he still has a lot of stock, but... I'm just saying that we should shame other billionaires, not just Bezos. Like, Bezos annoys me too, I get it. But we should really, like, point the finger at who's currently in charge of the company. Unicorn, wolf, echidna, wolf, barn owl, yak bull. Getting there. Give them some gifts. Where's my manager at? Eating. Dude, can you go do the thing where you... Cool, you are. Meaning cloths should hopefully start getting done. Start doing that. All right, let's see. Ducky, ducky, ducky. You are eating currently, then when you're done eating, A weird place to go to eat. Literally goes into the temple to the spot where people are supposed to worship. That's kind of amazing. That's actually kind of super amazing. At least the mayor's right where he's supposed to be. God damn, I kind of hate having a messy mayor. Like, if you look in the mayor's dining room, like, all of this is clothing that belongs to my mayor's wife. Yeah, all of this belongs to my mayor's wife. Kick roast. All of this shit belongs to my mayor's wife. She's just, like, leaving her stuff just everywhere. My mayor's not helping, but, like, seriously, it's kind of actually nuts how much random crap she's just leaving in there. So you're gonna go have your meeting. Go pick up equipment. Hey, Merc. The unfortunately still living. I think it's fortunate that we're still living. You know what's unfortunate, though, is that the lunar wobble is going to be in the fuck you mode in about a decade, and a lot of people are going to be underwater. Anyway, I hope that you've been well, Merc. What's up? Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. Ducky is putting on exceptional equipment, which is very good. Satisfied remembering work. That's good. Who's you? It's Lumpy? Yeah, you've been depressed for decades, so it's fine. You did miss me in the company and us in the stream? Cheers, man. Yeah, me too, Dwarf. Me too. All right. Still depressed. Feels happy remembering when work was good. Yeah, same. But yeah, I'm mostly feeling better. I mean, there was definitely like a bit, especially yesterday, where I kind of just considered taking the rest of the week off, like, and then coming back on Saturday, but I kind of can't afford to do that. So it's just like around halfway through that, I was like, nah, we'll stream. So I'm back. Still not sleeping great, but mostly sorted out the blood sugar problems from before. So that's good. But it was more than just that. It was like that plus depression plus burnout plus, you know, just everything. As it goes. Angry upon dwelling, getting into an argument. Content after putting on a finely crafted item. Hopefully you making leather works is good. I also haven't made an artifact, which I think is kind of impressive. Speaking of interesting games, chat, Space Station 14, which is the most developed Space Station 13 update, I would say, to a new engine, actually has enough people in the public and in the closed test to be able to run full servers now. And it's free to just ask to join. So I've put my name in to be like, oi, like to play. So we'll see. I was actually watching Tekud, the Dwarf Fortress tutorial guy, play some of that the other night. I was like, man, I might need to try this. Also, Steam's apparently down. I was going to open up the Steam page and show it to you guys, but can't do that because there is no ability to do that. Hey! I'm very excited. A game that I really like replaying just got a level select screen. XO1 now has a level select. And you can now skip some of the intro scenes. Once you've completed the game, you can skip cutscenes. That's cool. Rebalance some of the stuff. That's cool. Because one of the biggest requests for that game was, it doesn't have a level select. Give us a level of select. So now have a level select, which is rad. Speaking of activating Steam, Squawg, what up? Good to see you. Although I didn't totally go away even while I was gone, I did still upload that, got caught in miasma. Seeing miasma. There you go. Aqua's no longer depressed. Good. Even though I was gone for a couple days, I didn't actually, like, completely go away. I uploaded a YouTube video. And edited it. Oh, never mind. Oh. Then who is depressed, right? Oh, that's Lumpy. Never mind. Okay. Seems like we are sorting out the sadness of these dwarves. How many are we in? Mid-spring? Year 375? Not bad. Not bad. King want anything? 2 crutches and 2 doors. The 8 of spades. So you followed me like 5 minutes ago. I must have either made a very good first impression or you just have an itchy trigger finger. Regardless, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Thank you much. Jack, could I get a round of beers? What was the other thing I needed to do? Crutches. Also, welcome back, Rory. I hope meetings were not too long today. Although, who's kidding? They're always long. Dwarf played with a toy hammer, and they really enjoyed that. Oh, Criven grew up. Look at that. We got another adult. Child. Congratulations. You're now getting weaving and leatherworking. We're also going to give you stone crafting. You can have all the hauling jobs, all those. Half the healthcare. Give you carpentry and mining. Get at it. Out of meetings for the day? Hell yeah. Had to poof for just a second. Hope poofing isn't too painful. This guy's just like, I just grew up to the age of adult and is now carrying a toy. You adopted a new pet? You have a pet dog? Oh, interesting. Didn't realize kids could adopt pets. Huh. So you've been trying to give it away more often? Well, thank you. Cheers. Yeah, Twitch does make it, like, annoyingly difficult to do that. In fact, like, I feel like they've done a really good job, especially as of late, making it even harder to find. They've done a really good job making it even harder to find the actual Prime sub to be able to subscribe to people too. Like, it's gotten harder to find. It's like this tiny little checkbox that you need to click now to subscribe with. It's oh well, is what it is. But thank you. Goes a long way. Helps me make videos about dwarfs full time. And make streams about dwarfs full time. Well, everybody in the fort got a beating because I accidentally exported crutches when I shouldn't have. Anyway, long story, but only one person died, so a couple people got maimed. One day they'll give me my legs back. Orange. One day. Soon they will require blood rituals. I thought they already did. If they don't, then why do I have like a liter of it? Because they keep asking for it. Same with the thumbprints. Strange that they ask for the thumbprints in blood. But that's fine. I'll worry about that later. Details. For blocks is unbuilt is 1,257 and built is 40,553. Currently. To abolish NFTs? But I thought to mint an NFT you had to give a pound of flesh and put it on the blockchain, right? But I miss a step. It's a lot of clicks. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this force is very old. 370 years old, to be specific. It's a lot of years. Left leg got stuck in Shiba coin? I mean, I understand the reference. I'm just not sure what you're trying to say. Because, like, foot would be a much place for your coin to get stuck. Or for your leg to get stuck on, you know? Because foot is a coin, F-O-O-T. I'm upset that I know that, but it's true. There's a altcoin called Foot. You can also go and farm with Farm, and if you're feeling snazzy, you could farm with Super Farm. I stare at crypto markets too much out of, like, blank fear for the future. But, you know, we all need hobbies. There are worse hobbies to have. Watching the world die in slow motion just happens to be mine. What did you just say? I saw something about spouse, and then I was... Oh, I see. Taylor B says, I talked to my spouse. Is this love? I mean... Probably. I'm still trying to figure out what is love. That baby won't hurt me. No mo. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. But like I was saying, chat, I think we'll give it until we roll over to summer, and then we're gonna try playing a game. I know it's weird. We don't do that here very often, but we're gonna stream a different game. We're gonna play a game called The Veil, which is all audio design and has no graphics. It's either gonna be an absolute train wreck or interesting. One of the two. In Dwarf Fort, I stopped minting coins hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago. Unless you're talking about cryptocurrency, in which case, fuck if I know. Fuck if I know. I just know about certain popular coins. Because I don't actually follow the markets that closely. How's the fort doing? Well, everybody got beaten. Like, literally everybody in the fort got a beating. Because it was either that or 500 plus days in prison. 800 for some of them. Because I had the audacity to sell some crutches. So, that was good. So kind of dealing with the aftermath of that. But aside from that, pretty fine. I mean, fort's pretty chill. The fort is pretty chill. More mood swings as a result. I've had a couple of dwarves get kind of whiny, but I've more or less been able... more or less able to... what's the word? Recover them. Black market crutch trading? Yeah, man. Jeez. More or less able to deal with it, but I'm still kind of feeling the ramifications because more or less everybody has a little bit of scarring from it, like either old injuries that never got properly healed. Also, I just realized, Ash, 50, Lie, 50, Soap, 50. I need to make soap. Because I checked the hospital earlier and it said it was out of soap. So I just realized that I just clued into the fact that I should probably make more soap. Because, yeah, we had 0 of 250. We also need powder for casts, which means I need to import more, but do that later. But, yeah, no, we're just playing it carefully. I mean, I do have some depressed dwarves in the fort, but they've been depressed for a while. Like, Oswix has been depressed for a while. Lumpy's been depressed for a while. But, like, once they've made an artifact, once they've been depressed for a bit, even if they've been super happy, they maintain, like, the down flashing red arrow and the purple status, but they kind of recover a bit to a point where, like, they just kind of stop tantruming and they just kind of become numb. Which actually is, like, okay. So, I do have a couple depressed dwarves, which are not actually that bad. Like, they're actually just kind of fine, so. And there's about 4 of those in the fort right now. So, we're currently just making a bunch of clothing. Making some ash. Making more soap. Also, in regards to serious injuries, there was one death. Knowles passed away in the fighting. It was kind of scary, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Stone, somebody in YouTube comments on episode 33 of Longdeath has a question. Did tributes never arrive, or do tributes ever arrive? Well, they say, do tributes never arrive with modifiers or decorations? Pretty sure they do, don't they? Like, I know that we've looked at a couple things, and they've definitely had bits and pieces on them. They're just not listed in the tributes screen. You have to look at the items individually. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, there we go. Well, you're just staggering around obliviously. That's fine. Tibby's working on some cloth trousers. Although, something that I am super excited about, Tarn talked about this loosely in the Future of the Fortress post from this week. He loosely discussed it, but apparently we're going to be getting a roadmap for the remainder of what needs to be done on the premium versions of Dwarf Fortress. I'm kind of hoping that we get that on Thursday. Just like a detailed description of everything that's left to be done, which could be super cool. Could be super cool. Curious to see what that turns out to be. Also, I asked Alexandra if she could ask the artists over on Dwarf Fortress Premium to put together a map legend for us. For those of you who don't know what a legend is, it's basically just like the cheat sheet of what do all these symbols mean? So that I don't have to keep guessing. And you more or less stated that that's going to happen, so that's really cool. More things for me to be excited about. So, real curious to see what those end up being. Just because, like, you know, it wouldn't be that hard for them to just list out all the sprites and just write what they are next to them. So, that'll be kind of cool. Excited about both of those things. So... in the last week, I've gotten not one, not two, not 5 emails from a company, we'll just say that, to play a video game on stream. A lot of money. Guess what game it is, chat? Guess what game it is. I just wanted to say that they're at it again. You know, I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not it is that, but what I can say is it rhymes with braid, rad, yo, vegetables. Why is there miasma there? That's a clothing stall, sir. What is rotten? Rotten unicorn meat. Somebody dropped some unicorn din-dins on the ground. Is it better than the last offer? Same as the last offer. Same as the last one. They used to offer me triple that. Raid Shadow Legends, congrats. 5 viewers on YouTube. Man, that's a lot of miasma for fucking meats. For whatever it's worth, you do need more than 5 viewers on YouTube. Although because they like change the amount they pay people based on like their views, you'd get paid like nothing actually doing that if you had only 5 viewers. Offered you a warm Budweiser and you used toothpick? Well, that's nice of them. At least you could probably put the Budweiser in the fridge and cool it down. Yeah. Ducky, why are you depressed again? Thought we talked about this. Fuck that. No, absolutely not. There is no congratulations for supporting companies that are borderline a scam. You know, I get offered maybe 1 to 2 sponsorships a week that are not worth my time because they don't offer enough. And then every so often there will be flurries of usually it's that game I was just talking about, plus like 1 or 2 other mobile games that are just gacha cash grab bullshit that are all about milking as much money out of people as possible, that will periodically offer me very large sums of money, and I will never accept any of those deals. And if I ever do, it means something is seriously wrong with me, because I have this thing called ethics, and it might be shocking to some of you, but I will not take a sponsorship for a game that exists solely to milk as much money out of the players as possible. Just like I will never take a sponsorship deal related to NFTs. And believe it or not, I got an offer for one. One. Only one. But still. Yeah, I mean, that would be like selling paid DLC after promising that somebody wouldn't. You know, nobody would ever do that. Stop. Why you don't pay The Sims? Not sure what The Sims has to do with anything, but I don't play The Sims because I don't like The Sims. RIP KSP? What did KSP do? Do they have NFTs? Or did it just crash? There's no congratulations when it comes to Raid Shadow Legends. Do not ever congratulate somebody for being popular enough to get a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. If I ever get sponsored by a respectable brand, then you can say congratulations. Also, for whatever it's worth, man, that's rough, dude. For whatever it's worth, the main reason I almost never take sponsorships anymore is because my views have gotten worse in the last 2 years. Well, actually, in the last year, they've gotten worse. There was a bit there where I was taking them relatively regularly because I had like an average of like 90 to 150 people watching every day. But since it's dropped down to like the 60s and 70s, I'm sorry, $10 an hour is not worth my time. I'd rather just stream and make significantly less money, or not significant, but less money, and be unbiased. Do you remember when people tried to convince everybody that Beanie Babies were worth collecting? It's the same thing. You'd have paid like $2,000? Yes, but if you'd played The Sims throughout that period of time, Orange, and I fucking hate this stupid fucking argument, but it's the same thing with like any other big game like that, right? Games where you can literally just kind of play it forever, that are very replayable, that are very well made, and have a lot of content, like The Sims, for example, or Europa Universalis, for example, games that you can put thousands of hours into. Remember, I gave Dwarf Fortress $10 a month on Patreon, which is more money than most people spend on Sims DLC. The Sims releases a $20 to $25 expansion pack once every 3 to 4 months. If you've played World of Warcraft since release, you've spent significantly more money. If you've played Final Fantasy XIV since release, you've spent significantly more money. If you buy a skin in League of Legends once every 6 weeks, you've spent significantly more money. It's the exact same business model. But at the very least, with something like The Sims, you can just buy a thing. It's a significantly less fucked business model than FIFA. You're hating on the wrong thing, sir. That is the business model that we should have for expensive games like that in this industry. Is just the piecemeal, buy the expansion packs that you want for the content that you want, not gambling. You're fighting with the wrong thing. Stop it. Drives me nuts when people like go after The Sims. It's like, yes, it's a shitty game with a shitty publisher, and I don't fucking care about it. Stop talking about it, for one thing. But also, it is like the least of the evils in this industry. Expensive expansion packs for well-made games is fine. Loot boxes, NFTs, and gambling mechanics are not. It baffles me that people get so ridiculously mad at The Sims for, like, minimal concern. It's one of the fairest business models you can have for a game of that scale with a team that's actively working on it, improving, adding stuff, building on it, and putting things in. It's a game that's existed since 2014. I've spent more than $2,000 on games since 2014. Think about it. Quit fucking making me rant about this shit. Christ. Yes, The Sims is expensive. It's the least of the evils we have in this industry. Go hate on Star Citizen or something that actually is kind of scummy. Because they're selling you very expensive content that doesn't exist. Constantly. And those DLCs aren't small either. It's like I've spent probably $200 on Hunter Call of the Wild and Hunter Call of the Wild DLCs. I bought that game originally, didn't get code for it, and I've bought almost every DLC for that game. I've easily spent probably about how much money in DLC is there for that game? Hold on. Hunter Call of the Wild. Okay, so it's a $25 game. Came out in 2017, and none of the DLC's on sale right now. It's $145 in DLC, and I have almost all of it. I'm missing the duck hunting pack, which is $5. Yeah, what Eight of Spades says. It's like. It's just like the truck simulators. It's like American Truck Simulator has how much money in DLC now? Yeah, $160. But it's like, if you play that game enough to buy all that DLC on launch, you're getting your money's worth. I don't know. Like, the one business model I don't understand why people hate on in this industry is the expansion pack model, which is the model we should be fighting for. You almost bought some pre-release shit, but you didn't, and damn, you're happy you didn't. Yeah, no, I know you. I know that feeling, Dinspringer. Also, hi, Dinspringer. What's up? Yeah, exactly. You can literally like look at them and like scope out and like shop for what you want. You know? People hate the expansion pack model. It's literally what Orange is making fun, like bitching about in chat right now, or was a minute ago until I started ranting about this shit. People hate on Paradox all the time for the expansion pack model. People hate on The Sims all the time. Fuck EA Games, by the way, but also people hate on The Sims all the time for the expansion pack model. I hate EA Games, but I will defend The Sims because that is a good business model for that type of game. That is the best possible business model. Imagine a world where you had to buy loot boxes to maybe get a different skin for your cat. That is a fucked up sentence to say, a different skin for your cat. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? God. It's literally the best model we could ask for in video games. It's for like long-term sustainability, large expanded upon games. It's either that or like a subscription fee. It's like those are kind of our two options when it comes to big expensive games. Yeah, exactly. City Skylines is another perfectly good example. And City Skylines has some really shitty DLC too. Like City Skylines has some legitimately terrible DLC. And it's got, yeah, $300 in DLC. And I have like half of it, a third of it. But it's like, if I were to get back into that game, I would piecemeal pick out which expansion packs I want. Right? I'd probably, if I were to get back into cities, I'd probably get... No, they are not, Lilith, but that's a different discussion. Like, if I were to get back into City Skylines, I'd probably buy 1, 2, maybe 3 different DLCs. I'd probably spend like $30 on DLC and get back into that game. But... Oh, fuck Day Zero DLC. Fuck Day Zero DLC. I'm not defending Day Zero DLC. I'm just simply defending the model of put out a $15 to $25 expansion every 3 to 6 months. That is like as fair as you can get in games. I'm not talking about free-to-play games, so let's keep that in its own discussion. Which is kind of funny because The Sims was free-to-play for a while. Anyway, Then play Monster Hunter, Orange, if you want a fucking cat. Speaking of fucking cats, how you doing, Tapio? Sorry, that was a weird transition, but what's up? How's things, man? Doing all right? Good to hear, man. Glad to hear you doing all right. Ranting about Orange being a moron. That's what. See, this is how you can tell that Orange, like, understands the vibe of this stream. Like, I've just been, like, yelling at him about how wrong he is for the last 5 minutes and, like, kind of straight up insulting him, and he just, like, puts a lull emote in the chat. It's like, this is the content I'm here for! Beat me up, daddy! This is what my chat's like. Anyway, oh yay, we're making Lion Ash. Good stuff. Soap's happening. Woo! Orange is a big dumb that doesn't know a good thing when he sees it until it kicks him in the nose. And when it comes to DLC for me in games, it's like, I'm totally fine with games having DLC, like expansion pack style DLC, as long as that is communicated that that is the plan from the get-go. And I'm not a super huge fan of making people pre-order DLC with season passes and shit. Kind of not fan of that, but, you know, people do dumber things. You're trying to get the behavior for a sideways scrolling list of buttons? I don't even know what that means. Are they misbehaving currently? All right. It's like stuff's almost finished getting piled in there. Hang in there, Dwarfy. You'll be all right there, Ducky. What kind of soap are we making? Pig soap! That's good. Hospital have soap in it yet? Yay, it does. Good. Let's put more soap in the hospital. They all come in to get the soap. We're building a website that has a list of buttons that you can click, and this list of buttons expands sideways. And I'd like people to be able to scroll it with their mouse, or and it's just presenting issues. Okay, fair. Does sound kind of annoying. All right, we have hit summertime. They scroll vertically and hovers horizontally. Ooh. That's actually what it's doing. That's annoying. But chat, we've hit summer. We've been streaming almost 7 hours. I think it is time for us to swap games here. We're going to be playing a different game, but don't run off because this is a weird one. And weird even by my standards. So, I think this might be a controller game. I don't actually know. But we're going to be playing a new game. Brand new game for us in this channel. Was nominated for a bunch of awards in accessibility. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But first I need to wait for the game to finish saving so I can exit out. All right. Because we're in early summer, the year 375. We are going to save Longdeath for the day. If you are piecing out, there are some other people streaming DF right now who you could go watch. Or you could go over to my YouTube channel and watch more Dwarf Fortress related things than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including VODs of the Crimson Pulley series that I'm doing. And all of the VODs of this series. If you want to support the dwarfy things I do directly, there's a link to my Patreon. But, all that being said, I'm going to quickly go use the restroom, and then we're going to get set up for a new game. Back in, like, appreciate the penny, little son. All right, let's set this up. Close that. Two separate directories for this.